हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कार। इस वीडियो में हम डिस्कस करेंगे कि क्या मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ करके हम अर्थ के मैग्नेटिज्म को हैक कर सकते हैं। ऐसा क्यों ज़रूरी है? क्योंकि हमने देखा है हाल में बहुत बड़े-बड़े सोलर स्टॉर्म आते हैं और जब सोलर स्टॉर्म आते हैं तो हमारे जो मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी है, जो हमारे सैटेलाइट्स हैं, हमारे मोबाइल फ़ोन, कार्स, हमारे व्हीकल, जीपीएस सबको डिस्टर्ब करते हैं। कई दफ़ा तो इलेक्ट्रिक सिस्टम्स को पूरा वो डिस्ट्रॉय कर देते हैं। तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी हो गया है कि हम अपने जो हमारा ग्रह है, हमारा जो घर है अर्थ, उसको हम बचाएं सोलर स्टॉर्म से। और जो सोलर स्टॉर्म्स होते हैं कई दफ़ा बड़े स्ट्रांग होते हैं और जैसे जैसे हम फ्यूचर में जा रहे हैं इनकी तीव्रता बढ़ती जा रही है। तो हम क्या मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी, कोई ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी है जिसको यूज़ करके हम अपने मैग्नेटिज्म को ही हैक कर दें और एक शील्ड की तरह यूज़ करें? तो ये हो सकता है। और ऐसा अगर हो सकता है तो इसमें क्या क्या चीज़ें लगेंगी, क्या क्या चीज़ें का इस्तेमाल करना पड़ेगा, इस वीडियो में हम इसके बारे में जानेंगे। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, अगर कल्पना करें कि आपके इस दुनिया में जीपीएस ही नहीं है। अगर जीपीएस ही नहीं है तो आप पॉइंट ए से पॉइंट बी जा ही नहीं सकते। मतलब आपको दूर जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप हार्डली 2 किलोमीटर नहीं चल सकते जीपीएस के बिना। हमारी ऐसी आदत हो गई है अब। अगर आपके पास इंटरनेट नहीं है तो आप कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते। आप कोई काम नहीं कर सकते आज की डेट में। और अगर आपके पावर ही नहीं है तो कोई इक्विपमेंट आपका चलेगा नहीं। तो ये जो प्लॉट है ये एक डिजास्टर मूवी की जैसा लगता है, लेकिन ये एक बहुत ही रियल थ्रेट है। ये कैसे होता है? जो सोलर स्टॉर्म्स होते हैं, जो स्पेस वेदर है, वो जब अर्थ को हिट करता है तो वो उसमें होता है ईएमपी, इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक पल्स, जो हमारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और इलेक्ट्रिकल डिवाइसेस को डिस्ट्रॉय कर सकता है। तो इसलिए उसको बचने के लिए हमारे जो इलेक्ट्रिकल डिवाइसेस होते हैं, जो मिनिमम जो हमें पता है कि कितना हमारे पास रेडिएशन आता है, ईएमपी रेडिएशन, उसके हिसाब से शील्डिंग करते हैं, तभी तो ये चल पाते हैं। अगर शील्डिंग ना हो तो हमारे जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिवाइसेस है वो चल ही ना पाए। अब बात करते हैं कि सोलर स्टॉर्म। तो कई दफ़ा सोलर स्टॉर्म इतने स्ट्रांग आते हैं कि हमारी शील्डिंग भी फेल हो जाती है, क्योंकि हम इतना शील्ड नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि कॉस्ट का भी एक मैटर होता है। तो जब शील्ड फेल हो जाती है तो जिस जगह पे फेल होती है वो इक्विपमेंट्स चलने बंद हो जाते हैं। और कई दफ़ा, एक बार 1993 में नॉर्थ अमेरिका में बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग सोलर स्टॉर्म हिट किया था, जिससे कि कनाडा और यूएस का इलेक्ट्रिक ग्रिड पूरा बंद हो गया था और कई घंटों तक, 2 या 3 दिन तक बंद रहा था। आप इमेजिन करें, अगर पूरा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी किसी देश का, बड़े देश का बंद हो जाए तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें बंद हो जाएंगी और कितना सिचुएशन खराब हो सकती है। आपकी सप्लाई चेन बंद हो सकती है, आपका लॉ एंड ऑर्डर खराब हो सकता है, बैंकिंग फाइनेंस आपका बिगड़ सकता है। तो इस चीज़ को ध्यान रखते हुए कुछ साइंटिस्ट ने एक नया स्ट्रैटेजी बताया है कि हमारे अर्थ पे नेचुरल मैग्नेटिज्म है जो हमारा कोर प्रोड्यूस करता है। तो उसको हम यूज करके उसको और शक्तिशाली बना दें, जिससे कि जो सोलर रेडिएशन हमारी तरफ आ रहा है वो कितना भी शक्तिशाली हो, उसको हम पहले से स्टडी कर लें और फिर उसी हिसाब से हम अपने मैग्नेटिज्म की तीव्रता बढ़ाएं, अर्थ के मैग्नेटिज्म जो नेचुरल मैग्नेटिज्म है, और उससे वो आने वाले जो तूफान है उसको वो रोक सकेगा। इस प्रोजेक्ट का नाम उन्होंने दिया है स्टॉर्म वेल। और ये हमारे जो एग्जिस्टिंग मैग्नेटिक फील्ड है उसको ऑलरेडी मौजूद है, नेचर में मौजूद रहता है, उसको थोड़ा सा और मॉडिफाई करना है, मतलब उसको हैक करना है। हैक का एक वर्ड यूज किया गया है जिससे इससे लगता है कि कुछ नई टेक्नोलॉजी उसमें कुछ ऐड करके उसको और स्ट्रांग बनाना है। अब ये होगा कैसे? ये ऐसे होगा कि उन्होंने बताया है कि 7 सैटेलाइट्स हैं जिसमें आपको अल्कलाइन मटेरियल कुछ लेके जाना है। दे हैव आल्सो गिवन द मटेरियल नेम। 7 सैटेलाइट्स, बड़े बड़े सैटेलाइट्स से जो करीब 1000 किलो का सामान ले जा सकते हैं, इतने बड़े सैटेलाइट से आपको स्पेस में अल्कलाइन मटेरियल लेके जाना है जो लिथियम बेस्ड होगा या बोरॉन बेस्ड होगा। और फिर एक पर्टिकुलर पॉइंट ट्रेजेक्ट्री में जाके वो वहाँ पे उसको छोड़ देने का है स्पेस के अंदर। अब जब उसको आप ड्रॉप करेंगे स्पेस में तो जिन पॉइंट्स पे करेंगे वहाँ पे काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग अर्थ का मैग्नेटिक फील्ड रहेगा, जिससे ये जो मटेरियल है अल्कलाइन मटेरियल, ये एक शील्ड की तरह काम करने लगेगा, और जब सोलर स्टॉर्म आएगा तो उसको डिफ्लेक्ट कर देगा। मतलब उसको रोकना नहीं है, उसका ये पूरी टेक्निक का जो लक्ष्य है वो उसको नलीफाई करना नहीं है। उसका लक्ष्य सिर्फ इतना है कि अपने अर्थ के मैग्नेटिक फील्ड को बढ़ाना, जिससे कि जो हार्मफुल रेडिएशन सन की तरफ से हमारी तरफ आ रहा है वो डिफ्लेक्ट होके चला जाए स्पेस में वापस। अब ये जो उन्होंने प्रपोज दिया है ये काफ़ी रियलिस्टिक प्रपोजल है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात इसमें ये है कि हम जब भी नेचर से खिलवाड़ करते हैं तो इसमें क्या क्या नुकसान हो सकता है, इस चीज़ का स्टडी करना बाकी है। क्योंकि हमारा नेचर जो होता है वो एनवायरनमेंट वगैरह काफ़ी फ्रेजाइल होता है, और इससे क्या क्या हो सकता है या नहीं हो सकता, या सेफ मैकेनिज्म है, इस चीज़ का स्टडी करना अभी बाकी है। दूसरा सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो पॉइंट है वो ये है कि कॉस्ट, क्योंकि जो इसकी टाइमिंग होनी चाहिए सैटेलाइट्स की वो एक परफेक्ट टाइमिंग होनी चाहिए। जैसे वो सोलर स्टॉर्म आ रहा है धरती की तरफ, तो उसी टाइम इसको अल्कलाइन मटेरियल को ड्रॉप करना है स्पेस में जाके। और बड़े बड़े सैटेलाइट्स हैं, 7 सैटेलाइट्स बोले जा रहे हैं स्ट्रेटेजी के दौरान, तो इस सैटेलाइट्स का कॉस्ट भी बहुत होगा। और उसके बाद ये एक बार वन टाइम यूज ही है ये, अगर स्टॉर्म सीरीज में आया तो फिर हमारे पास सोल्यूशन नहीं रहेगा। मतलब एक बार हम उसको रोक सकेंगे, अगर सीरीज में जैसे वेव्स आती हैं समुद्र की, अगर 1 या 2 वेव्स आई स्टॉर्म की तो हमको कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा पड़ेगा। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो बताइए कि किस सिटी से आपने हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देखना पसंद करेंगे। तो अब ये सोचिए कि ये जो स्टॉर्म वेल है, स्टॉर्म इसका जैसे नाम बताया गया है, इसका नाम है स्टॉर्म वेल, और ये साइंटिस्ट जिन्होंने प्रपोज किया इनका नाम है ब्रायन वेल्च। ये बॉस्टन यूनिवर्सिटी में काम करते हैं, और उन्होंने बोला है कि जो हमारी जो शील्ड है इसको और वो स्ट्रॉन्ग बना सकते हैं। पर जैसे मैंने बोला कि जब ये केमिकल आप डालेंगे स्पेस के अंदर तो ये जो सन की रोशनी में आके फोटो आयनाइज हो जाएंगे, मतलब इसके अंदर एक चार्ज प्रोड्यूस होगा जो एक फर्दर मैग्नेटिज्म को सहारा देगा, और इससे अर्थ का मैग्नेटिज्म और स्ट्रांग हो जाएगा। और जो लेकिन जब ये स्टॉर्म धरती की तरफ आके प्लाज्मा से हिट करेगा तो वो प्लाज्मा उसको अपने साथ लेके डिफ्लेक्ट कर देगा, और जिससे हमारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इक्विपमेंट वगैरह बच जाएंगे। नाउ अब इसमें मैंने प्रोज एंड कॉन्स दोनों बताए हैं आपको। प्रोज ये है कि हमारा जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक जो हमारा लाइफस्टाइल है वो बच जाएगा, और कौन सी है कि हमें ये पता नहीं है कि इसका साइड इफेक्ट क्या होगा और इसमें कितना खर्चा आएगा, तो इसके लिए काफ़ी रिसर्च करना बाकी है। अब हम बात करते हैं एथिकल कंसिडरेशंस की। देखिए ऐसा है कि जैसे अगर हम 100 साल पुरानी बात करें तो उस टाइम ना मोबाइल होते थे, ना कारें होती थी, ना सैटेलाइट्स होते थे, लेकिन आज की डेट में हमारा जो लाइफस्टाइल है वो इन पे डिपेंडेंट है। जैसे कि मैंने वीडियो के शुरू में बोला कि जीपीएस के बिना हम कहीं जा नहीं सकते, इंटरनेट के बिना हम रह नहीं सकते, और बिजली के बिना तो हम सर्वाइव ही नहीं कर सकते। अगर बिजली नहीं हो, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी ना हो हमारे घरों में तो कुछ भी नहीं होगा। तो इसकी वजह से अभी हमें सोचना पड़ेगा कि जो स्टॉर्मवेल जैसे प्रोजेक्ट हैं या कोई और प्रोजेक्ट फ्यूचर में, या कुछ प्रोटेक्शन जो हमें स्पेस रेडिएशन से बचा सके, ये हमारे लिए काफ़ी ज़रूरी है। क्योंकि हमारे एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर सैटेलाइट्स हैं, हमारे एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर इलेक्ट्रिकल ग्रिड्स हैं, और हमें ये भी देखना पड़ेगा कि हमें कॉस्ट बेनिफिट एनालिसिस भी करना पड़ेगा कि कितने पैसे हैं, और ये भी सोचना पड़ेगा कि सारे धरती के सारे देश एक साथ कैसे आए। सो जियो पॉलिटिक्स का भी इसमें रोल है, क्योंकि एक सैटेलाइट छोड़ के एक कंट्री नहीं बचा सकते, हमें 7 सैटेलाइट छोड़ के सारी धरती को बचाना है। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि जो भी खर्चा होगा वो सारी कंट्रीज कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगी, तभी ये पॉसिबल हो पाएगा। तो ये जियो पॉलिटिकल एक सिचुएशन भी बनती दिखाई दे रही है इस पर्टिकुलर प्लान के अंदर। तो दोस्तों, आपको क्या लगता है क्या करना चाहिए? सोलर स्टॉर्म एक बहुत बड़ा रिस्क है हमारे लिए, या इतना बड़ा रिस्क नहीं है? आप बताइए हमें। और दूसरी बात यह है कि हम सोच रहे हैं कि हम स्पेस फ्लाइट करेंगे, तो ये जो लर्निंग होगी हमें, ये हमें जब अर्थ से बाहर निकलेंगे तो भी हमें सेव करने में काम आ सकती है। अगर हम स्पेस में जा रहे हैं और स्टॉर्म आ गया, जो हमारे स्पेसशिप को हिट करा और वहां पे सब कुछ शट डाउन हो गया, तो हम क्या करेंगे स्पेस के अंदर? तो जो टेक्नोलॉजीज है ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है मेरे हिसाब से तो, बट आई वांट टू नो फ्रॉम यू आप क्या सोचते हैं इसके बारे में, तो जरूर कमेंट करके बताइए। थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग। मैं आपसे फिर मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में जल्द ही।
The resume is fading and the algorithm are rising. Welcome to the new age of hiring. For a generation, the resume has been the passport to opportunity, a single sheet of paper meant to capture the essence of person's career, ambition, and potential. Recruiters relied on it as their compass, scanning from keywords, actually judging the experience and making the judgment further. And that shaped the lives and the companies alike. But in today's corporate world, the compass is being recalibrated. Artificial intelligence has entered the hiring arena, shifting the focus from polished resume to predictive algorithm. What once depend on the human intuition is now increasingly governed by machine logic. And the ripple effect are transforming not only how company recruit, but also how candidates present themselves. For decades, the hiring process has revolved around the resume, carefully crafted document meant to summarize a candidate's skill, experience, and aspirations. Recruiters would shift through the stacks of resumes, searching for the right fit and often relying on the intuition and human judgment. But today, the familiar ritual is being disrupted. Algorithms are shaping in and reshaping corporate hiring strategies and slowing down the traditional recruitment as we know it. Artificial intelligence is no longer confined to futuristic speculation. It is embedded in the very fabric of talent acquisition. So companies are deploying AI-driven platform that scan thousands of applications in a second, identifying patterns invisible to human eye. And instead of recruiters spending hours and like judging the resumes and finding out the right candidate, machine learning models evaluated it very fast and very even the behavioral clue and the skill is being judged by the machine. Competencies are judged by the machines, and the result is hiring process is more faster, more data driven, and at least in theory more objective. Yet this shift is not without tension. Traditional recruitments relied heavily on human interaction. The handshake at the interview, the nuances, reading of a candidate's personality, the gut feeling that someone might be a cultural fit. AI challenges this by reducing the process in qualifying metrics. So algorithm can rank candidate by predictive job preferences, but they cannot replicate the warmth of human connection. And this raises a profound question. Are we hiring people or are we hiring data points? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now going forward, so when we are talking about resume and the algorithm shift in the job market, the corporates are embracing the AI because it promises efficiency. In industries where the talent demand is high, AI tool can cut hiring timelines dramatically, and they can also help reduce bias, at least when designed carefully and of course by focusing on the skill rather than demographic markers. For example, AI can highlight the candidate from unconventional background who might otherwise be overlooked. So, by paradoxically, if the algorithm are actually trained on biased historical data, they risk perpetuating the very inequalities they are meant to solve. So the slowing of traditional recruitment is evident in diminishing role of resume themselves. So increasingly, the companies are actually finding this easy, and the companies are also asking candidates to demonstrate the skill through online assessment, coding challenges, and or sometimes gamified test. An AI system then evaluate these results often before a human recruiter even see the candidate's name. So the resume, once the centerpiece of hiring, is becoming a supportive document at the best. And this transformation also changes the role of recruiters. Instead of manually screening resume, recruiters are becoming interpreters of AI insight. So this is how the job market is evolving. Their job is shifting towards relationship building, employers branding, and ensuring that the human element is not lost in the set of algorithm. In this sense, AI is not eliminating recruiters, it is redefining their responsibilities. For job seekers, the implications are profound, very high. So, and I think you're also aware of this change in the market. So, when we talk about the candidates and getting hired by big companies, by corporate, so there's the role of crafting a resume with a clever wording may no longer be enough. Candidate must learn to speak algorithm and tailoring their application to highlight measurable skills, and also the AI system which actually AI system recognize. At the same time, they must prepare for the recruitment journey that feels less personal, more automated, and sometimes opaque. Transparency is how these algorithms work, and will be crucial to the meaning of trust for hiring also. Ultimately, the rise of AI is hiring a kind of a balance, a story of a balance, The efficiency and the scales are undeniable, definitely an advantage, but they must be they also weigh against the fairness sometimes, and maybe you can say more on empathy, or sometimes you may feel that they are less empathic. So the human judgment is not there that much, which was there earlier. The future of recruitment will likely to be hybrid. Algorithm handling the heavy lifting of the data analysis, and while the human provide the nuances, the context, and the compassion that machine cannot replicate. So when we say that algorithm over resume, we are not just describing a technological shift. We are witnessing a cultural transformation, and that is also at the same time how company define talent, how individual present themselves, and how society negotiate the line between human intuitions and machine precision. So the resume may not disappear entirely, but its reign as the king of hiring is definitely ending. In its place, the new era of emerging, one where the algorithm and the human must learn to collaborate in the delicate art of choosing what we get in the job, So in the end, the rise of AI in recruitment is not simply a technical actually shift or a technical upgrade. It is a cultural turning point. The resume, once the centerpiece of professional identity, is being overshadowed by algorithms that promise speed, scale, and sharper insight. Yet the human element remain irreplaceable. The company will need a strike, definitely a delicate balance, letting machine handle the data while the people preserve the empathy, the intuition, and nuances that define meaningful work in relationship. So as we move forward, the question is not whether algorithm will replace the resume, but how human and machine will collaborate to redefine the hiring means. So the future of recruitment will be less about polished documents and more about demonstrated skills, adaptability, and authenticity. And in that the future success will belong to the organization that embrace the technology without losing sight of humanity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll see you in next one. Before we close this video, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the boundless silence of space, where the radiation lashes like an invisible storm and the vacuum strips away every trace of comfort, one would expect life to flutter. Yet, against all odds, tiny fungal spores have endured, and their survival is more than a scientific curiosity. It is a defiant proclamation that biology is tougher than we have imagined. Clothed in a melanin armor, suspended in metabolic stillness, these microscopic voyagers cling to existence in the most hostile frontier known to mankind. So let's find out more about this. In the cold silence beyond Earth's protective atmosphere, where the radiation storm rages and temperatures plummet, life is not expected to endure. Yet, in the recent experiment, which have revealed a startling resilience, certain fungi, hardy and unyielding, have survived prolonged exposure to deep space condition, and their survival challenges our assumption. about the fragility of biology and raises profound questions about possibility of microbial hitchhikers journeying to the Mars. So scientists have placed spores of extramophilic fungi aboard orbital platform, exposing them to the cosmic radiation, vacuum, and the relentless cycle of solar flares. So months later, when these were retrieved and examined, many spores remained viable, and their cell wall, rich in melanin, acted as a shield against the radiation, while their metabolic dormancy allowed them to endure starvation and desiccations. So what seems like a death sentence become a testament to evolutionary ingenuity. So these organisms born in shadow of Earth's ecosystem proved capable of weathering the hardest frontier. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching us and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the implication of ripple outward. So if the fungi can survive the journey, so too might bacteria or other microbes. And these raises a specter of forward contamination, the accidental transport of Earth's life to the Mars. A single resilient spore nested in the crevice of spacecraft could seed alien soil, and implication the search or implicating for indigenous Martian life. So the line between the discovery and contamination grows perilously thin. For planetary protection agencies, the survival of fungi is both a marvel and a warning. Yet there is another perspective, and that is we are talking about opportunity. If the fungi can endure space, they might one day serve as allies in colonization. And their ability to recycle nutrients, break down the waste, and even produce protective compound could make them invaluable partner for astronauts establishing habitats on Mars. Imagine fungal bioreactors converting Martian logit into fertile soil, or shielding domes infused with melanin to observe the radiation. So what begins as a survival experiment could evolve into a cornerstone of extraterrestrial agriculture and medicine. The survival of fungi also touches on the deeper philosophical questions, and that is life. And it seems it is like a fragile frame, easily extinguished, but can the strong force that can cling to existence wherever it can. So the cosmos, the vast and indifferent, it may be, but it not empty with the possibilities. And each spore that endures in the orbit whispers of resilience, of stubborn refusal of biology to yield. In their microscopic triumph, the fungi remind us that life is not confined to Earth. It is a universal experiment, always probing the boundaries of possibilities. As humanity prepares for Mars mission, these fungal survivors stand as both cautionary tale and the beacon of hope. They warn us that the thread of this survival, we have to actually deal with careful insight, and least we overwrite Martian biology with our own. But they also inspire us to imagine a future where Earth's smallest organism help us to thrive on very distinct world, and in quite endurance of these spores drifting through space, we glimpse the persistence of life itself, unyielding, adaptable, and forever reaching to new horizon, new boundaries. In the quiet resilience of these sports, drifting unbroken through the cosmic abyss, we glimpse a truth larger than any single experiment. Life is not fragile, but defined. The fungi that endures in the deep space remind us that the biology is a force that adapts, persists, and seeks footholds even in the most hostile realm. As humanity prepares to step into the Mars, their survival is both a warning and a promise. Warning us to guard against the contamination, yet promising that life itself may be our greatest ally in the journey beyond Earth. So, in the void where the silence resigns, the spores whisper, a timeless refrain. A life refuses to die, and it is a refusal, it is a carrier that the seeds of tomorrow's world. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching this, and we look forward for your comment. At the same time, we request you to subscribe our channel. See you in the next. But before we go further, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before laboratories hummed with machines and satellite pierced the sky, India's rishis were quietly charting the frontiers of science. And seated in the forest and ashram, they observed the rhythm of nature, the mysteries of cosmos, and the intricacies of human body. What they recorded in hymns and trustees and philosophical dialogues were not mere spiritual musing, but a profound scientific insight. Astronomy woven into Vedic chants, mathematics hidden in poetic meters, and medicine encoded in Ayurvedic text. So in 2026, as artificial intelligence deciphers genomes and quantum computers stimulate universe, the breakthroughs of these the sages remind us that science is not only about the technology but about vision, and their legacy whispers across the centuries. Knowledge is timeless, and the discovery is as much about intuition as much about instruments. So today we are talking about Charak, who stands as a towering figure as a physician, philosopher, and scientist whose vision of health we practice even today. In the annals of ancient Indian wisdom, Charak stands as a towering figure, a physician, a philosopher, and a scientist whose vision of health transcends his era. Flourishing around 2nd century CE, Charak is credited with compiling the Charak Samhita, one of the foundational texts of Ayurveda. His work was not merely a manual of remedies, but a profound exploration of human body, mind, and environment. In 2026, the world is grapples with pandemics, lifestyle diseases, and ethical dilemmas of AI-driven healthcare. Charak's contribution resonates with renewed urgency. Charak's genius lay in the holistic approach. He emphasized that health was not an absence of disease, but the balance of body, mind, and spirit. His text described the three dosha theory, three kind of troubles which actually we face when we talk about health, and these theories based on these three aspects, that is Vat, Pith, and Kapha, as a governing principle of physiology. While the modern science interprets these biochemical and systematic terms, that underlying the insight remains striking. Health is dynamic equilibrium, but a static perfection. In an age where the precision medicine seeks to tailor treatment to individual genetics profile, Charak's insistence on personalized care feels remarkably persistent. Now, if you have reached this far in this video, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward about Charak. So, equally significant was his focus on preventive medicine. Charak advocated daily regime, that is what we call in Hindi dincharya, and of course the seasonal routine, that is ritucharya, and the dietary discipline as a pillar of well-being. He warned against overindulgence, which is very, very prevalent in some areas of our existence in some part of the world. Now, of course, stress, which is also very much here in 2026, and the neglect of nature's rhythm, very crucial aspect. In 2026, when non-communicable diseases like diabetes or hypertension dominates the global health, and that burdens and his preventive ethos aligned seamlessly with modern public health campaign. The idea that lifestyle is medicine is no longer radical. but it is mainstream. And Charak anticipated it nearly 2 millennia ago. Charak also advanced medical ethics. He insisted that physician embody compassion, humility, and discipline while treating patient as whole being rather than a case. So any patient is not a case, but it is like a whole human being. Now, in today's era of AI diagnostics and robotic surgery, his reminder that healing is a moral duty is invaluable. Technology may augment skills, but it cannot replace empathy. Charak's vision challenges us to ensure that science remains centered actually, and even as algorithm and machine reshape medicine. From scientific perspective, the Charak Samhita catalogs hundreds of medical plants, minerals, and formulation. Many of these are now subject of pharmacological research with compounds like turmeric cucum and neems as a direct tin gaining global recognition. Charak's meticulous documentation of therapeutic properties reflect an entirely spirited base and as an early form of clinical observation and evidence gathering. So in 2026, as bio prospecting and integrative medicine expand, his pharmacies and his documentation offers both inspiration and caution to honor the traditional knowledge while subjecting it to a rigorous validation. So Charak's relevance today extends beyond medicine but into a sustainability. He viewed a human as inseparable from their environment, emphasizing harmony with nature. In an age of climate crisis, his ecological sensibility reminds us that health cannot be divorced from the planetary well-being. The the pollution of air and water and soil is not merely an environmental issue, it is a medical one. And that is very crucial. And Charak's integrated world view offers the guidance for a healthier earth. Thus, the Charak's contribution are not relic of the past but living principles. His insistence on balance, prevention, and ethics, plus with ecological harmony, speaks directly to the challenges of 2026. As medicine races ahead with genetics engineering and AI diagnostics, and of course the space medicine, Charak's voice urges caution and compassion. He reminds us that the ultimate goal of science is not conquest, but a care, not controlled, but balance. In the quiet wisdom of his verses, we find a compass of navigating complexities of modern health, a call to remember that healing is both art and science, and rooted in the respect of life itself. The legacies of India's Rishi is not confined to the past. It is a living current that flows into the present and beyond. Their insight and philosophy remind us that science is not only about instrument labs but also about vision, nutrition, and harmony with the nature. In 2026, as humanity stands at the crossroad of artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and space exploration, the breakthrough of these sages echoes with a timeless relevance. They actually urges us to balance progress with wisdom, to pair innovation with ethics, and to see the knowledge not as a conquest but as a communication, as union with the universe. The rishis remind us that the discoveries of sacred act, and in their enduring voice we hear to call to carry science forward with humility, imagination, and respect for life itself. So we have come to the end of this this live stream, and we look forward for your comments. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. After the devastation of World War II, the world stood at the crossroads. In 1945, delegation from 50 nations gathered in San Francisco to attempt the impossible, to create a blueprint for a new world order designed to prevent future conflicts and promote lasting peace. In this video, we dive deep into the historic signing of the UN Charter, exploring the intense negotiation, the geopolitical tension, and the visionary goal that gave rise to the United Nations. From the ashes of the global war to the halls of international diplomacy, discover how this single document fundamentally changed the course of world history. Let's go. The year was 1945. The world has just endured a deadliest conflict in human history. Cities are in rubble, economies are shattered, and the moral fabric of the civilization feels frayed beyond repair. Out of this darkness, a question emerged. How do we ensure this never happens again? Today, we are going back to the moment the world decided to try something different. We aren't just looking at the historical event, we are looking at the foundation moment of our modern world. This is the story of signing of the UN Charter, a blueprint for a new world order that still dictates the rules of the global engagement today. Was it a triumph of diplomacy or a compromise that failed its own promise? Let's explore this further. To understand the birth of the UN, you have to understand its predecessor, the League of Nations. Founded after the World War I, the League was the world's first attempt at a global organization for peace. But it had a fatal flaw. It was essentially a toothless tiger. The United States never joined it. It lacked the military and economic enforcement power to stop some aggressor. When Japan invaded Manchuria, or even when the Mussolini invaded Ethiopia, the League issued statement of condemnation and watched as the aggressor ignored them. By 1939, the League was effectively dead. As the World War II raged, leaders like Franklin D. Roosevelt, Winston Churchill knew that when the dust settled, they couldn't just try again with the same system. They needed something with real power. They needed a blueprint that could actually hold the world together. The concept didn't start in vacuum. It began in a secret meeting, the Atlantic Charter, in the year 1941. The Dumbarton Oak Conference in 1944. The goal was to create an organization that represents the United Nations, a term actually coined by Roosevelt himself. In the year 1945, in the month of April, just weeks after FDR's death and before the war in Europe officially ended, represented from 50 nations, descended on San Francisco. They weren't there for a celebration. They were there for an autopsy of the old world and a surgery for the new one. Imagine the pressure. The war is in the Pacific was still brutal, and that at that time it was still going on. The revelation of the Holocaust were just beginning to reach the world's ear. The delegates were tasked with drafting a constitution for humanity, and they did it in just 2 months. The resulting document, the UN Charter, was and is the closest thing we have to the World Constitution. It established the core pillars: the General Assembly for talks, the Security Council for action, and the International Court of Justice for law. If you look at the structure, it's brilliant. It's not very perfect, but it is a good design. It gave the five major power of that time, which is US, UK, USSR, France, and China, a permanent seat and veto power in the Security Council. Critics argued that this created an exclusive club. Supporters argued that without that specific compromise, the major power would have never signed on. The whole project would have collapsed before it actually started. The charter was designed to be a living document, a blueprint that could adapt. It prioritized sovereignty, yes, but it also introduced the radical idea that human rights were not just an internal national affair, but a global concern. That was a shift that changed the international law forever. So, 80 years later, how are we doing on this today? If you look at the news, it's easy to be cynical. Conflict still happens. The Security Council often gridlocks. The UN can feel like taking sides or taking shape, etc. But look closer. Since 1945, there hasn't been a direct military conflict between the major global powers. The UN Charter created a venue where even the fiercest enemy have to sit at the same table. It eradicated the smallpox, provided aid to millions of refugees, and codified the rules of the sea, air, and space. The charter wasn't just a piece of paper in 1945, it was a choice to prioritize rules over chaos. And every day the world makes its choice again, sometimes successfully, sometimes failing, but always within the framework that was signed in San Francisco. The United Nations is not perfect. It is, by definition, a reflection of us, the nations and the people of the world. It's a tool, and a tool is only as good as the hand that wields it. Whether the UN remains a relic of the past, war era, or evolves into more effective instrument for the future is the challenge of our generation. So, friends, what do you think? Did the architects of the 1945 get it right, or do we need a new blueprint for the 21st century? Drop in your thoughts in the comments below, and we can have discussion on some of your comments in the future videos. If you enjoyed this dive into the history that shapes our present, make sure to hit the subscribe button, ring the bell. We have plenty of more deep dives coming up, lined up in the future, which will help us understand the world that we live in. I am CK. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends, can ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this executive training session, we dive deep into the Bhagavad Gita to explore the concept of transcendent leadership. The true leadership excellence isn't just about strategy, it's about being. Learn how to cultivate the vision of equality, a state of equanimity where decisions are made free from personal bias, ego, and favoritism. By mastering the divine impartiality, C-suite leaders can conquer the cycle of reactive management and establish a culture of trust, innovation, and sustainable success. Let us explore this further. In the modern C-suite, we are taught to be decisive. We are taught to be analytical. But how often are we taught to be equal? Every day, you face a storm of preferences. You have favorite projects, difficult stakeholders, and team members who either mirror your energy or drain it. This is the cycle of the corporate life. The constant swing between liking and disliking, winning and losing. But what if there are a third way? A way to lead from place so stable that the market volatility cannot shake your inner clarity. 7,000 years ago, Bhagavad Gita identified this state in chapter 5, verse 19, and it says, quote starts, even here in this world, they have conquered creation. Those whose minds are established in equality, since the eternal is defect free and equal, they are established in the eternal. Quote close. Today we call this transcendent leadership. Now friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and also I will know who is watching and who is not. The words mention two critical words, equality and impartiality. In business context, impartiality is often taken for being cold or indifferent. That is a misconception. Divine impartiality is not about caring less, it's about seeing more. Most leaders see through a lens of utility. They ask, how is this person useful to me right now? This creates a fragmented organization built on transactional relationship. The transcendent leader, however, sees the eternal in everyone. They recognize that every employee, from the intern to the CFO, is a manifestation of the same underlying potential. When you lead with this vision, you stop reacting to people's personality and start responding to their potential. By being defect free like the eternal, you remove the defects of leadership and also remove biases, nepotism, and ego driven anger. You become the steady point in a turning world. The words claim these leaders have conquered creation. In the boardroom, creation is the project, the product launch, or the quarterly earnings. We usually live in a cycle of various things, starting with attachments, whether this project succeed or if not, then I will not feel successful, right? Next is fear. What if we fail? Third is reaction, micromanagement, or blame somebody else. So transcendental leadership breaks the cycle. When your mind is established in equality, you realize that your worth is not tied to the birth of a success or the death of the failure. Think about most respected leaders that you know, right? They are the ones who stay calm when the stock price drops and stay humble when it soars. They conquered their emotional cycles of the workplace. They are the transcendental leaders. They are actually living on a transcendental situation. They operate from a higher frequency where they can see the solution while everyone else is still panicked by the problem. So friends, how do you apply the verse 5.19 tomorrow morning? And I would like to suggest 3 pillars for you to basically implement this theory in practice, starting with 360-degree human view. That is the first thing that you need to change in your personality. So next time you are in a meeting, consciously look at the person you disagree with most. Remind yourself that their core essence is no different from yours. This doesn't mean that you agree with their strategy. It means you respect their presence. This dissolves hostility and opens the door to genuine negotiations. Second, decision making in the gap. So, that is the second change that you need to bring about. Between a stimulus and your response, there is a gap. Use that gap to ask, am I deciding based on the personal preference, or am I deciding based on the equal good of the organization? Third is relinquish I actor, which is, in other words, is ego. So Bhagavad Gita teaches that the leader is not the sole cause of success. You are a channel. When you share the quality of the divine, you share the credit, you share the wisdom, you share the burden as well. Verse 19 concludes by saying that those who master this equality are established in the eternal. For a leader, this is the ultimate competitive advantage. It is the transcendental situation, a state of high performance peace. You aren't just managing a company, you are mastering yourself. When you lead with impartiality, you don't just build a better business, you build a legacy of wisdom. You become a leader that people don't just follow because of a paycheck, but because your very presence brings clarity to their chaos. The challenge for you today is therefore is simple. Find one situation where you are biased and bring the light of equality to it. Conquer your inner world, and you will inevitably conquer your professional one as well. So, friends, thank you for your presence and your leadership, and thanks for joining live with me. We have come to the end, but before I end, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is the world on the brink of economic meltdown? In this video, we break down the explosive news as President Trump announces a staggering 50% tariff on Chinese imports. This massive escalation comes on the heel of the collapsed Islamabad Peace Summit, sending shockwaves through global market and intensifying the fear of all-out trade war once again. We dive deep into the geopolitical fallout, the failed negotiations in Pakistan, and what these new trade barriers mean for our wallet, the tech industry, and the future of international relations. Let's go. The diplomatic table has been flipped. What started as a high-stake attempt at the global stabilization in Islamabad has ended in a spectacular public breakdown, and the response from White House, it's an economic earthquake. That President Trump has just officially announced a 50% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports. We aren't talking about a negotiating tactics or a minor adjustment anymore. This is the nuclear option of a trade policy. In the next 10 minutes, we are going to peel back the curtain on why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed so catastrophically, how these tariffs will ripple through your bank accounts, and why analysts are calling this the beginning of the most dangerous economic era since the Great Depression. So friends, buckle up. This trade war didn't just restart, it just went nuclear. It just went ballistic. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue our analysis. To understand the 50% hammer, we have to look at the wreckage of Islamabad Peace Summit. For weeks, the world watched Pakistan with bated breath. This was supposed to be a grand bargain, a moment where the US and Chinese finally found a middle ground on security, intellectual property, and regional influence. But the reports came out of the closed door session described a scene of total deadlock. Well, the sticking point is it wasn't just trade, it was the refusal to compromise on tech sovereignty and failed resolution of the maritime disputes as well. When the Chinese delegation walked out on the final day without a joint, when I say Chinese, it's basically the Iranian as well, because world knows that the Iran is completely backed by Chinese and Russian. Alright, so when they walked out on the final day without a joint statement, the peace summit became a press disaster. The Trump administrator and their philosophy has been, strength through leverage. Without a deal, the White House felt they had no choice but to maximize the pressure. The 50% tariff isn't just a tax, it's a direct retaliation of the perceived lack of cooperation in Islamabad. In economic terms, what we call is a decoupling accelerator. At 50%, it becomes mathematically impossible for many American companies to maintain their current supply chain in China. And if you're an American retailer, a 50% tax at the border wipe out an entire profit margin, and you're left only with two choices: pass the cost to the consumer, which is guys like you and me, or move your manufacturing elsewhere. Well, this is time consuming, it will take years. From semiconductors to the shoes on your feet, every single line item is about to get a Trump surcharge. This is a bold gamble that US economy is strong enough to absorb the shock, while the Chinese manufacturing sector buckles under the weight of lost business. The reaction from Wall Street has been instantaneous. We saw the Dow and the Nasdaq took triple-digit dives within minutes of the announcement. But the real chaos is happening in the shipping lanes. The logistics experts are warning of supply chain gridlock. Importers are scrambling to the front door shipment before the tariffs officially takes effect, leading to a massive bottleneck at the various coast, especially American coast. And we already know that the Strait of Hormuz is also blocked. And then there is a retaliation factor. China has already signaled that they won't take this lying down. In fact, yesterday their foreign ministry said that please stop interfering in our affairs. So we are looking at a potential export ban on rare earth mineral, the stuff needed to make electrical car batteries and smartphones. And if the US tax Chinese goods, then China cut off the raw material to make those goods elsewhere. We aren't just looking at the higher prices, we are looking at the scarcity. So is there anyone winning here? So in the short term, domestic manufacturers in the US might see a surge in demand as the foreign competition becomes too expensive. Countries like Vietnam, Mexico, and India are also positioning themselves to catch the overflow as companies flee the Chinese market. But for the average consumer, the winner column is looking pretty thin. Economists warn that this could be a reignite of the inflation, just as we thought we had it under control. If a $1,000 iPhone suddenly costs $1,400 because of the trade levy, the consumer spending, the engine of the American economy, could stall. So let's discuss pros and cons. What are the pros? Reshoring of the jobs, increased leverage in future deals, reduced dependency on rival. And what are the cons? Higher inflation, stock market volatility, and strained relation with allies who are caught up in different crossfires across the world. So where do we go from here? The 50% tariff is more than just a policy. It's a line in the sand. It signals that the era of globalism at any cost is officially over. We are moving into a bipolar world where you are either in the Western trade bloc or you are not, or you're out basically. The big question remains, will China blink? Or will this trade war escalate into a full-blown economic Cold War that lasts for generations? One thing is certain, the failure in Islamabad wasn't the end of the story. It was the prologue to a much more intense chapter in global history. So friends, I want to hear from you. Do you think 50% tariff is the right move to protect the American interest? Or is it the risk of a global recession too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and after receiving your comments, I will basically start making more analysis in future on the same subject. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon. We are going to be tracking this market reaction throughout the week and keep bringing the analysis to you. Thanks for watching. I am CK and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. The biggest question today that we have to tackle is, why does everything exist at all? For decades, the physicists have been haunted by the antimatter mystery. The fact that the Big Bang should have produced equal amount of matter and antimatter, leading to total annihilation and an empty universe. But a groundbreaking theory suggests that answer lies in the exploding black holes. In this video, we dive deep into the world of primordial black holes, PBH, tiny high energy black holes formed seconds after the birth of the universe. Unlike their massive cousins, these tiny titans don't just sit there, they evaporate through Hawking radiation, eventually ending in violent explosions. We will explore how these cosmic firecrackers may have tipped the scale, creating the slight excess of matter that allowed stars, planets, and humans to form. Let us explore this further. Friends, what happens is that everything eventually fall into black hole. If you go very close to the black hole, you will see that the black hole will actually pull you in and then devour you, speedify you, and really bad thing happens to you. Your energy is sucked out and becomes part of the black hole. And so scientists used to wonder, what will happen to black hole. Are they eternal? And it turns out that the Stephen Hawking said no, they are not, because they are also radiating, and that radiation, very very minute radiation, very faint, is now what we call the Hawking radiation. Well, this video is not about Hawking radiation, but the important part is that even black hole, which are the biggest sucker of the universe, also radiate, and therefore if they are radiating, that means their mass is going to reduce eventually, and then they will have to completely evaporate. However, black holes don't go out simply evaporate. When they come to the minimum size that they can have, there is a internal pressure, or the pressure of the vacuum, because of which after crossing that threshold, I mean, they have the event horizon, but they also have a minimum size horizon. Once they cross that, they simply explode. They cannot, the inward pressure cannot hold, and it evaporates or explode instantaneously, and the energy is released back into the universe. And that is what may have caused the extra matter that we see, the energy released after exploding of the initial black holes. So now scientists have debated, and they have agreed upon that when the universe formed, there were trillions, gazillions of the primordial black holes formed. These are microscopic black holes, and they are very small as a proton, but they have a mass equal to a moon. So they have still very strong power. They can pull things towards them. They can devour everything, but they are quite small, very difficult to detect. And since they are small, that means their time came before our solar system took birth. When we started coming to the world, the primordial, that's the assumption again, the primordial black holes would have been long gone. So now going back to the mystery. The mystery is, when the universe formed, there should be equal amount of matter and antimatter. Matter is, what we are made of, and antimatter is equally an opposite, matter. And when these two guys touch each other or come close to each other, they completely annihilate into a pure energy. So now we know that there was equal amount of matter and antimatter was formed in the initial first day of the universe, and then after some time the matter antimatter came close again and annihilated, and therefore there was a second bang. And we now know that the second bang really happened, and then it was still in the very early stages of the universe formation. However, if we take the if we consider the PBH, which is the primordial black hole, very very tiny small black holes, if they were also formed before the annihilation happened, that means that portion of the matter was not part of the second bang, right? That means the second bang happened, the matter and antimatter collided and exploded with releasing a lot of energy into the space. However, the PBH were out of this explosion, and they evaporated, releasing a lot of matter. And that is where the mystery of why we do not see antimatter in the space. Whatever we see today using our very advanced telescope, we don't see anything made of antimatter. We see everything made of electrons, protons, neutrons, atoms. All of this is matter, and we don't see. Although we can make antimatter in the laboratory, but it does not last because it's very difficult to hold the antimatter. It will mix with matter and annihilate in pure energy. Nothing is left. It's a matter antimatter explosion is the best explosion, best release of energy, because there are no byproducts out of that. Pure energy is released. So when we don't see antimatter in the universe naturally occurring, that gave rise to the mystery, and that is what we are discussing today. What happened to the antimatter and why we exist at all? I mean, when matter and antimatter were produced, and then the second bang happened, then from where this matter remained in the universe, of which we are all made of, all the stars in the heavens, all the planets, all the living beings are made of matter. So scientists are now saying that the PBH may be responsible, because PBH would have survived the second bang, and then later they evaporated, releasing the energy, which then condensed into matter. And there was no question of antimatter, that energy condensing into antimatter. And that is why, if this is true, well, it is very difficult to prove or disprove this, but if this is true, this explains why we exist, why the universe exists, why stars, why the physics exist, right? So this is something which I wanted to discuss in the universe section today. If you have any thoughts, any comments, please share those in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live, and I will catch you again in the next one. नमस्कारम दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम भगवान की पूजा करेंगे अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले। आज शुक्रवार है, तो आज का दिन तो लक्ष्मी जी को समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपनी पूजा करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़िए और हमारे साथ जुड़ के आप हमारे को फॉलो करें, तो आपको इससे काफ़ी फ़ायदा होगा और लक्ष्मी जी आप पे प्रसन्न रहेंगी। तो एक छोटा सा मंत्र है जो सिर्फ 11 दफ़ा करना है। आपको पता है कि मैं इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करता हूँ। आप जैसे मर्जी करना चाहें कर सकते हैं, लेकिन 11 दफ़ा करें रोज अपना कार्य शुरू करने से पहले। तो ठीक है जी, हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और लक्ष्मी जी का नमन करिए और मेरे साथ रिसाइट करिए। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। 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 ओम ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। हमारी पूजा समाप्त हुई और हाथ जोड़ के आप नमन कर लीजिए, लक्ष्मी जी का ध्यान कर लीजिए। तो दोस्तों, आपका शुभ रहे आपका दिन। और मैं जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। इस वीडियो में आपसे विदा लेता हूँ। नमस्कार।
In a world wired by energy, the true revolution isn't about roaring engines or the blazing rocket. It is a silent spark inside a battery. From a powering our phones to propelling electric dreams, the next generation of batteries promises not just a longer life, but a cleaner, smarter, and more sustainable future. The hum of the progress is quiet, but its impact will echo across the industries and civilization. So let's find out more about this. In the quiet laboratories of universities and research center, a revolution is unfolding. One that doesn't roar like a rocket launch or dazzles like a meteoroid shower, but instead hums softly in the background of our daily lives. It is the revolution of batteries, the hidden engines of modern civilization. From the phone in your pocket to the car in your driveway, from the solar panel on rooftop to the satellite orbiting Earth, batteries are the invisible lifeblood of our technological age. And now, new research suggests that the new wave of breakthrough could transform energy storage efficiently, sustainability, and the way that ripple across the society. For decades, lithium ion batteries have been the reigning champion. They powered that smartphone revolution, enabled electric vehicle, and made renewable energy more practical. Yet, their limitations are becoming increasingly clear. They degrade over time, rely on scarce materials like cobalt, and struggles to store the enough energy for the demand of a world racing towards the electrification. So, the urgency of the climate change and the global push for cleaner energy have turned batteries innovation into one of the most critical scientific frontier of 21st centuries. So, recent advances point to several promising directions, and the solid state batteries, for instance, replace the flammable liquid electrolyte with the solid materials and offering greater safety and higher energy and of course that energy with density. So imagine an electric car that charges in minutes and drives for 1,000 kilometers without refueling. Sounds good, na? So, the researchers are also exploring sodium ion batteries, which use abundant salt instead of lithium, and potentially decrematizing the excess of energy storage by reducing cost and reliance on geopolitical sensitivity in supply chains. So, meanwhile, the flow battery is a large system where the energy is stored in the liquid tank could revolutionize the grid storage, allowing renewable energies from wind and solar farms to capture and the release that steadily, and even when the sun sets or the wind dies down. So, efficiency is another frontier. Scientists are experimenting with nanomaterials that allow iron to move more freely, reducing energy loss and extending battery life. Other are designed like self-healing electrodes that repairs the microscopic cracks and prolonging the lifespan of the device. Sustainability, yes, very, very important. So that too is at the heart of this revolution. So, recycling technologies are being developed to recover valuable metals from the old batteries and recreating circular economies where the waste become raw material for the next generation of the storage. So the implications are definitely profound. A breakthrough in the battery technology doesn't just mean better gadgets. It actually reshape entire industries. Transportations could shift decisively towards electric mobility, slashing the emission from the cars and trucks and the planes. And the home could become self-sufficient power hubs and the storage of solar energy during the day and then releasing it at the night. So, developing the nations often constrained by the unreliable grid that could actually leapfrog into the decentralized energy system powered by affordable, durable batteries. Even the space exploration stands to benefit, with the spacecraft and the lunar base requiring the robust, lightweight storage solutions. So, yet the challenge remains. So, scaling laboratories' success into the mass production is the notoriously difficult, and the cost must be driven down, supply chain secured, and the safety ensured. So, the story of the battery breakthrough is not one of that single inventions, but a countless incremental steps. So each building on the last and each bringing us closer to the world where the energy is clean, abundant, and accessible. So in the end, batteries are more than just a storage device. They are enablers of possibilities. So they hold within them the promise of sustainable future where the human ingenuity aligns with the planetary needs. As researchers push the boundaries of chemistry and physics, they are not merely improving technology, they are rewriting the script of civilization's energy story. The hum of tomorrow, battery, and maybe quiet, but with their impact will be thunderous, and very, very profound. So we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one.
Hello, friends. All of us sometimes get this feeling that our technical expertise or our hustle hold us back from our true potential for the true leadership. Everybody gets this kind of a feeling. Therefore, we dive deep into the most powerful leadership secrets from Bhagavad Gita. In a verse where Lord Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna tells Arjun, "Oh Arjun, be a yogi." But what does this mean for a modern CEO or an entrepreneur to be a yogi? Today, we are going to break down why the yogi, the leader with disciplined equanimity, consistently outperform the three most common type of executive. Let's go. In the modern corporate world, we are taught that to win, you must be a specialist. You must be the smartest person in the room, the hardest worker in the office, or the most disciplined follower of the playbook. We obsess over KPIs, data points, and 80-hour work week. But have you ever noticed that even the most brilliant specialists eventually hit a ceiling? They burn out. They get blindsided by market shifts. They lose their team. Why? Because they are missing what ancient wisdom calls the unfair advantage. Over 7,000 years ago, on a battlefield far removed from the modern glass-walled boardrooms, a guide named Bhagwan Krishna gave a piece of advice to a leader in crisis. That advice is found in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 46, and it says, quote starts, "The yogi is superior to the ascetic. He is deemed superior even to the man of knowledge, and he is superior to the man of ritual action. Therefore, O Arjun, be a yogi. Today we are going to translate this ancient code into a roadmap for the 21st century leadership. We are going to explore why a yogi beats a specialist every single time. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Moving on, what are the different kinds of most common executives? First is aesthetic, which in Sanskrit known as tapasvi. In Gita, tapasvi is someone who practices extreme self-denial. In the corporate world, this is the grind culture CEO. They are the first one in and last one out. They sacrifice sleep, family, health. They believe that if they just suffer more than the competition, they will win. But Krishna warns us, sheer endurance without balance leads to a narrow vision. Number 2 is Jnani, which is the man of knowledge. This is the data-driven specialist, the CEO with Ivy League pedigree and the analytics mind that can spot a trend in a spreadsheet from miles away. They have the facts, but they often lack wisdom. They are paralyzed by the data if the data is missing, and they often struggle to connect with the human element of their business. Number 3 is Karmi, the man of ritual action. This is a process-driven executive. They live by SOPs. They believe that if the ritual of the business, which is the meeting, the reports, different kinds of pyramids, bell curve, if they are followed perfectly, success is guaranteed. But when the world changes, they are too rigid to pivot. Bhagwan Krishna says yogi is better than all three. Why? Because the yogi CEO is a leader who has mastered their inner environment. They don't just possess knowledge, they possess clarity. They don't just work hard, they work purposefully. They don't just follow process, they follow a vision. A yogi's unfair advantage is equanimity. Think about the last time your company faced a crisis. Did you react out of fear? Did you make desperate move based on a dip in the stock prices? A yogi CEO operates from the neutral center. They are not swayed by the high of massive profit or low of the market crash. While everyone else is reacting, the yogi is responding. This isn't about being passive, it's about being so internally grounded that your decision making becomes clinical, fast, and remarkably accurate. That is the definition of the competitive edge. There are several things we can actually discuss around this, but I want to be brief. And therefore, the first advice I want to give you is the cognitive flexibility. The specialist is a hammer, and to them, every problem looks like a nail. But a yogi isn't attached to one way of thinking because they aren't defined by their expertise. They can see the whole board. They can integrate the hard work of aesthetic and the data of Jnani and the process of Karmi without being enslaved by any of them. Second is the emotional intelligence. The yogi understands that a business is just a collection of human beings. By mastering their own minds, they naturally become master of empathy. They can read the room, they can inspire a team during a pivot because they aren't projecting their own anxiety onto other subordinates. Third, sustainable high performance. The ascetic CEO eventually burns out. The yogi CEO understands the rhythm of action and reset. They operate with sense of detachment and therefore detached engagement. They care deeply about results, but they aren't consumed by them. This detachment actually allows them to perform better because they aren't choked by the fear of failure. So how do we become a yogi CEO? Very big question, right? Let's start. It starts with realization that your most important business tool isn't your laptop, your network, or your bank account. It is your own mind. As verse 46 concludes, it says, therefore be a yogi, O Arjun. very, very, it's like a proverb, be a yogi, O Arjun. Such few words, but very profound meaning. This is a call to action for every leader. Don't just be a worker. Don't just be an expert. Don't just be a bureaucrat. Cultivate the discipline of the mind. Practice the equanimity that allows you to see through the noise of the market. Lead from a place of stillness, and you will find the impossible problems starting to solve themselves. The specialist sees the obstacle, the yogi sees the path. Which one will you be? Let me know in the comments below. Before I part ways today, a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. Let me ask you, is India becoming the world's next great tech superpower? In this video, we dive deep into the Amazon's monumental $48 billion investment, which is announced recently for India alone. Following a landmark meeting between Amazon CEO Andy Jassy and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the tech giant has officially committed to massive capital injection between 2026 and 2030. We will actually break down where this money is actually going and how much is going to be used for expanding the AWS services in India. Let's go. $48 billion. Let that number sink in for a second. It's not just a budget, it's a massive tectonic shift in the global tech landscape. Amazon has officially laid out a staggering $48 billion investment plan for India, focused squarely on the future of AI and cloud infrastructure. But why India and why now? Is this just about expanding data centers, or is there a bigger, deeper strategy at play? Today, we are pulling back the curtain on Amazon's massive roadmap to transform India into the world's next great AI powerhouse. We are going to break down where the money is going, what it means for the Indian economy, and most importantly, what it means for people like you and me. To understand the why, we have to look at the where. Over the last decade, India has evolved from being the back office of the world to becoming a global innovation hub. We are seeing a surge in startups, a massive pool of engineering talent, and digital first population that is hungry for AI solutions. Friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know the name of the city or country from where you are watching this video. Alright, now let's proceed further on our breakdown. Amazon, through its cloud arm AWS, already has footprint here, but this 48 billion commitment is a signal. It's Amazon saying that they aren't just here to do business, they are here to build the underlying architecture of India's digital future. This investment isn't just about throwing money at a problem, it's about infrastructure. It's about fiber optics, massive data centers, and the compute power required to run the next generation of generative AI models. If the AI is the engine of the 21st century, Amazon wants it to be the company building the fuel station all across Indian subcontinent. So let's get into the technicals here. Where does $48 billion go? A huge chunk of this is destined for the AWS infrastructure. We're talking about scaling up existing data centers in Mumbai and Hyderabad. If you have been following the tech space, you know that Hyderabad has quickly become a data center capital due to its affordable climate, power availability, and government support. But beyond the steel and concrete, it is about the AI stack. Amazon is deploying advanced hardware, custom chips, high speed networking gear to ensure that Indian startup can train LLM large language models locally. This is crucial. By keeping data sovereignty within the country, Amazon is making it easier for Indian fintechs, healthcare providers, and retail platforms to build AI applications that are compliant, fast, and secure. This isn't just about cloud storage anymore. It's about giving developers the tools to build the next unicorn company right here in India. Critics often ask, what does this mean for the average person? Well, the projections are massive. We are looking at a roadmap that aims to support millions of jobs, everything from direct employment at data centers to indirect roles in logistics, software development, and AI research. Let's talk about the small business angle. Amazon is integrating AI tools to help the Kirana stores, the local mom and pop shops, digitize their operations. Imagine an AI powered supply chain that predicts exactly what a small shop in a remote village need to stock, and when that is the kind of efficiency $48 billion can buy today, and that is what they're aiming to do. This aligns perfectly with India's goal of becoming a developed nation, which is, in other words, Viksit Bharat. By investing in this digital backbone, the Amazon is essentially lowering the barrier to entry for Indian entrepreneurs to compete on a global stage. Now, I want to keep it real with you. A $48 billion plan sounds perfect on paper, but the reality is complex. We are talking about massive energy consumption to power these AI servers. We're talking about strict data protection regulation in India that are constantly evolving. There is also intense competition. Google, Microsoft, and homegrown Indian players are all fighting for the same market share. Amazon isn't alone in this race. The success of the investment depends on how well Amazon navigates the local regulatory landscape and effectively, they can bridge the AI divide, ensuring that this tech reach is not just the big in the big metros like Bangalore or Hyderabad, but tier 2, tier 3 cities as well. At the end of the day, Amazon's $48 billion move is a long term play. They are betting that India's digital economy will not just grow, it will explode. If they get this right, they aren't just selling cloud services, they are becoming the invisible foundation of the entire nation's digital infrastructure. So, friends, what do you think? Is $48 billion enough to make India the global leader in AI, or there are hurdles we aren't talking about yet? Drop your comments below. I read each and every single one of you. You know that already. Don't forget to like this video if you learned something new, and hit that subscribe button to keep up with the future of the tech. I'm CK, and I will see you again in the next one. Hello friends and namaskar. Today we are discussing about the neutron stars. Neutron stars are essentially giant atomic nuclei, but even they have a limit to how much mass they can pack into a tiny space. When they cross that threshold, they stop being a star and start becoming the most mysterious object in existence, and that is the black hole. In today's video, we are exploring the exact moment a neutron star collapses, and we break down the complex physics of stellar death into simple terms, explaining the tipping point that leads to total gravitational collapse. Let's go and discuss this further. Imagine the object the size of a city, roughly about 20 kilometers across, that contains more mass than our entire sun. If you could scoop up a single teaspoon of the material, it would weigh as much as Mount Everest. And this is known as neutron star. You know what we have heard described so far. It is the crushed, degenerated remains of a dead star held together by the most incredible force in the universe. But even these titans have breaking points. Today we are asking the question, what happens when a neutron star finally loses its battle against gravity? And why does that defeat the lead to the creation of the black hole itself? So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. To understand the collapse, we first have to understand why they don't collapse in the first place. A neutron star isn't a burning fuel like a normal star. It's dead. So what's keeping it from imploding? It's the principle called the neutron degeneracy pressure. Think of it like this. Atoms are mostly empty space. When the star collapses, the gravity is so strong that it forces protons and electrons together until they fuse into a neutron. You end up with a giant sphere of pure, dense nuclear matter. Those neutrons hate being squashed too much together, too close together. They push back. That pushback is what creates a physical wall against the gravity. However, there is a limit to that as well. That limit is called the Tolman Oppenheimer Volkoff limit, or in other words, short TOV limit, named after the physicist who first crunched the numbers. And the TOV limit tells us that the neutron degeneracy pressure can only support up to 2.1 to 2.3 times the mass of our sun. Think of it like a bridge. If you add one truck too many, the bridge fails. In the universe, if a neutron star gains mass, perhaps by stealing material from a companion star or colliding with another neutron star, it crosses that threshold. The bridge of degeneracy pressure snaps. Once that mass threshold is crossed, the game is over. The gravity stops being a force that the star can resist and become an inevitable destiny. The core begins to contract, but it doesn't just shrink, it essentially exits our observable universe because there is no known force in the laws of physics capable of stopping that contraction. The star keeps collapsing smaller and smaller and smaller. It shrinks past its own event horizon. At that point, not even light can escape the gravity. So, where does it go? Does it vanish? It doesn't disappear. It becomes a singularity, a point of infinite density, which is also known as the black hole. The material that used to be a bustling, spinning, magnetic neutron star is now permanent rip in the fabric of space-time. We call it nothingness because we can no longer see it, touch it, or send signal to it. It has essentially removed itself from our reality. The death of neutron star is the ultimate testament to the power of the gravity. It's a reminder that our universe, there are rules, and when you push those rules to the absolute limit, physics itself forces a change in the state of existence. So friends, next time you look at stars, remember, some of them aren't just sitting there, they are holding on for the dear life, balanced on a razor's edge between being a star and becoming a black hole in the fabric of space and time. Thanks for watching. If you want to dive deep into the mysterious cosmos, make sure that you hit the subscribe button. And friends, I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Hello friends, in this section of our live stream, we dive deep into the groundbreaking journey of the Artemis 2 mission, where human crew finally ventured into the shadow of the moon. For decades, we have relied on the robotic probes to map the lunar far side, but the human eye sees what camera often misses. Join us as we explore the incredible sights witnessed by crew from never before seen crater complex to eerie rugged terrain of the lunar South Pole. Let's go and explore this further. For over 50 years, the far side of the moon has been a place of myth and robotic photography. We have seen the grainy black and white photos from the Soviet probes and high definition scans from the Lunar Reconnaissance orbiters. But until April 2026, no human eye had looked upon the moon's hidden face since the end of Apollo program. On April 1st, 2026, four pioneers, Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, shook the Florida coast as they rode a pillar of fire into the sky. They weren't just going back to the moon, they were going beyond it. Artemis 2 was designed to test the limits of the Orion spacecraft, but it becomes something much more. A voyage into the darkness where humans saw things that camera simply cannot capture. Today we are looking at what the crew of Artemis 2 discovered when they crossed into the lunar night. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. As Orion moved away from Earth, the crew achieved a milestone that had stood from over half a century. On April 4th, they officially surpassed the distance recorded set by Apollo 13, reaching a maximum distance of over 252,760 miles from our home planet. But the real mission began on April 6th. As the spacecraft swung around the moon, the crew prepared for the loss of signal, which is LOS. This is the moment when the massive bulk of moon blocks all radio waves from Earth. For 40 minutes, the crew of Artemis 2 were almost isolated humans in history. In fact, the most isolated humans, completely alone in the silent vacuum of the lunar far side. It was during this window of silence that the unseen moon began to reveal itself, reveal its secrets. Why is the far side so different? To the naked eye, the side of the moon we see from Earth is covered in something called Maria, those dark, smooth volcanic plains. But as the Artemis crew looked at through their window, they saw a world that was rugged, battered, and almost entirely mountainous. They passed over the Hertzsprung Basin, a massive double-ringed impact crater that stretches over 300 mile, almost 300 mile wide. Mission specialist Christina Koch noted the intricate rings of the basin, which looked far more 3D and jagged than the satellite photo had ever suggested before that. But then something unexpected happened. As they moved into the moon's shadow, the crew witnessed a rare in space solar eclipse. From their perspective, the moon completely swallowed the sun. The pilot Victor Glover described the sight as unreal. When the sun blocked, the crew could see the sun's corona, its ghostly outer atmosphere, flaring out from behind the black disk of the moon. But even more incredible was the Earth shine, because the Earth was nearly full from the moon's perspective. It reflected enough light to actually illuminate the dark surface of the moon in a soft, eerie blue glow. Perhaps the most startling discovery made during those hours in the darkness was something the scientists back at NASA hadn't explicitly planned for. While peering at the darkened lunar surface, the crew began to report seeing pinpricks of lights. Commander Reid Wiseman radioed back once communication was restored, and he said, the quote start, that was definitely an impact flash. And Jeremy just saw another one. And the quote close. So in total, the crew reported 6 distinct meteoroids striking and hitting the moon in real time. These were tiny space rocks slamming into the lunar soil at tens and thousands of miles per hour, exploding in a millisecond long burst of bluish white light. Why is this a big deal? Because it proves that the moon is under constant bombardment. For future missions like Artemis 3, where astronauts will actually live on the surface, understanding the frequency of these impact flashes is a matter of life and death. The crew's eyes were able to detect this tiny, fast event that most automated satellite would have definitely missed. Artemis 2 splashed down safely in the Pacific on April 10th, 2026, but the data they brought back is changing everything. We know that the far side topology is even more complex than we imagined, and that the dark side of the moon is far more active than we once thought. So, as we look towards the future, to the first woman and the next man walking on the lunar South Pole, we do so with the knowledge gathered by 4 people who went into the darkness, came back with a new vision of our closest neighbor, which is the unseen moon. So, the unseen moon is unseen no longer. So, if you want to stay updated on the upcoming Artemis 3 landing and the future of Mars exploration, make sure to hit the subscribe button. The journey is just beginning, and I will see you in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Is India finally ready to break its dependence on the expensive energy import? In order to answer this very profound question, we will actually discuss about a massive move towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. The Union Cabinet has officially greenlit a huge project which is worth 37,500 crore, and this project includes coal gasification scheme. This ambitious project aims to transform India's vast coal reserves into cleaner synthetic gas, chemicals, and fuels, potentially saving the economy billions in import bills. Let us discuss this further. India is at the crossroads. We are one of the world's fastest growing economies, but there has been a massive hole in our pocket. Every year we spend billions, literally trillions of rupees to import energy. We were talking about LNG, urea, methanol, etc. But what if I told you that the solution isn't coming from overseas? It's already here, buried right under our feet. On May 13th, 2026, Union Cabinet chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi dropped a bombshell. A 37,500 crore incentive scheme for coal gasification. This isn't just a subsidy, it's a high stake bet to turn our black gold into clean usable gas. Is this the masterstroke that finally end our reliance on foreign fuels? Or is it a $1 billion gamble on a controversial technology? Today we are going to break down the 37,500 crore deal, which is about coal gasification. All right. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue. Let's look at the numbers. India holds one of the world's largest gold reserves, roughly 401 billion tons. Yet, we are the world's biggest importers of energy. We import over 50% of our liquefied natural gas. We import nearly 90% of methanol and ammonia. We are 100% dependent on import for that today. This makes us vulnerable. When global prices spikes because of a war in the Middle East or supply chain issue in Europe, India pays the price at the petrol pump and at the grocery stores. The government message is very clear. We have the coal. Why are we buying the gas? To understand the bet, you have to understand the tech. The coal gasification is not burning coal. It is traditional power plant. You burn coal to create heat. In gasification, you heat coal in a controlled low oxygen environment with steam. Instead of smoke, this chemical reaction creates something called syngas, which is short of synthetic gas, a mixture of hydrogen and carbon monoxide. Why is syngas better? Because it is versatile. You can turn it into electricity. You can, also chemicals like methanol and ammonia for fertilizers. Synthetic natural gas, can replace LNG. Hydrogen for the future of clean transport. So what does this new scheme actually do? The government is putting its money where its mouth is. This 37,500 crore fund is designed to de-risk these massive projects. And here is a deal. The government will provide financial incentive to up to 20% of the cost of the plant and machinery. It is capped at 5,000 crore for a single project to ensure no one company hawks the whole fund. And what is the goal here? To gasify 100 million tons of coal by 2030. The government expects this scheme to trigger a massive rupees 2.5 to rupees 3 lakh crore in total investment from the private and public sector. Companies like Coal India, BHEL and GAIL are already lining up. This isn't just about energy, it's about food security and forex saving. Think about urea. India's agriculture depends on the urea. Urea requires ammonia, which we currently import. By making ammonia from domestic coal, we insulate our farmers from the global price shocks and the forex factor. In 2025 alone, our import bill for these products was a staggering 2.77 lakh crores. If you can cut even a quarter of that, it is a massive win for the Indian rupee. Plus, this scheme is technology agnostic, meaning it encourages indigenous Indian technology, reducing our reliance on foreign contractors. Now, let's address the elephant in the room: the environment. Is coal, ever truly clean? Technically, coal gasification is cleaner than burning coal. It allows for easier capture of CO2 and removes pollutant like sulfur before the gas is used. However, it is still a fossil fuel. Critics argue that the overall carbon footprint is still significant unless we add carbon capture and storage (CCS) technology. But for India, this is a bridge technology. It's like for some temporary measures. We can switch to 100% solar overnight without risking blackouts. Gasification allows us to use our existing coal more efficiently while we build our renewable grid. The 37,500 crore is a massive bet. If it works, India could save billions, create thousands of jobs, and finally stop being at the mercy of the global oil and gas market. The target is 2030, 100 million tons. One giant leap for Indian energy, and therefore, friends, this is very, very significant. And I like to know what you think. Is coal gasification right? A bridge to a cleaner future, or should we have put this 37,000 crore directly into solar and wind? Do let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like this video if you found this helpful, and subscribe for more deep dives into Indian economy, India's future. And friends, if you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to send your questions as well. I will see you in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, in today's hyper-connected yet fragmented business world, a CEO's greatest asset isn't just data, it is the universal awareness. In this video, we explore the profound leadership lesson hidden within Bhagavad Gita and how its wisdom can transform a busy executive into an omnipresent executive. Let's go and discuss this further. In the world of business, we are taught that results are everything. Quarterly earning, market share, profits, these are the metrics of our worth. We spend our lives chasing the fruits, but there is a ceiling to that kind of leadership. Eventually, the chase leads to burnout, short-sightedness, and a strong sense of emptiness. 5,000 or 7,000 years ago, on a different kind of a battlefield, Bhagwan Krishna gave Arjun a piece of advice that is arguably the most sophisticated management strategy ever recorded. Today we are looking at chapter 8, verse 28. It is the secret to why the most iconic CEOs don't actually chase results, they transcend them. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's proceed further and let's examine the verse. And the quote starts, "A yogi who performs devotional service transcends the fruit of Vedic study, austerities, sacrifices, charities, and pieties. He attains my supreme eternal abode." And the quote close. Let us translate that into an executive speak. In the ancient context, the Vedic study and the austerities were the standard best practice for success. In today's term, These are your MBAs, your 80 hours work week, your strategic philanthropy, and the corporate social responsibility. Krishna isn't saying these things are bad. He's saying these are, intermediate goals. A yogi CEO doesn't just do the work to get the result. They perform the devotional service. In business, we call this purpose-driven leadership. Why does Bhagwan Krishna tells us to transcend the fruits? Because when a CEO is obsessed with the fruit, which is in other terms is profit, or the exit strategy, three things can happen. First, risk aversion. You become afraid to innovate because you might lose the immediate prize. Second, short-termism. You sacrifice the health of the company in your 5-year bonus and year on year. So basically you're now waiting for 5 year, and then on every year you're basically ignoring the company's health. Third, anxiety. Your peace of mind is at a mercy of the market. So when the verse talks about transcending the fruits, it's about decoupling your identity from the outcome. When you stop chasing the result, you gain the clarity to see the move that actually wins the game. And the verse mentions about devotional service. For a CEO, this doesn't mean you have to be in a temple. It means your work is an offering to a higher mission. Think of the Yuan Koinard at Patagonia or Satya Nadella's shift at Microsoft. They shifted from beating the competition to a higher purpose. When you lead with a devotion to a mission, whether it's solving a climate crisis or empowering every person on the planet, the fruit, which is the profit and the piety, come as the natural byproduct. By aiming for the supreme abode, which we can interpret as the ultimate vision or your legacy, you automatically satisfy all the smaller matrices of success. The verse concludes, and the quote starts, "He attains my supreme eternal abode," quote close. For a leader, the supreme abode is the state of equanimity. It is the ability to lead from a place of inner stillness. While the other CEOs are panicking over a bad quarter, the yogi CEO remains fixed on the eternal vision. This isn't just the spiritual fluff, it is the competitive advantage. A leader who cannot be shaken by the fruits is the most dangerous competitor in the room because they are playing an infinite game while everyone else is playing a finite one. So, here is the challenge for the modern executive. Look at your sacrifices and your charity and your studies. Are you doing them just for the fruits? Well, I think that's a question that you can send it across to us if you want to share. Chapter 8, verse 28 invites you to level up, stop chasing the quarterly numbers, quarterly earnings, start performing your leadership as a service to a higher purpose. When you transcend the result, you don't lose them, you master them. The best CEO don't just build companies, they attain a legacy that lasts. They reach their supreme abode. So friends, are we ready to stop chasing this, start chasing the result and start transcending? Do let me know. Thanks for watching, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I go, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the boundless silence of space where the radiation lashes like an invisible storm and the vacuum strips away every trace of comfort, one would expect life to flutter. Yet, against all odds, tiny fungal spores have endured, and their survival is more than a scientific curiosity. It is a defiant proclamation that biology is tougher than we have imagined. Clothed in a melanin armor, suspended in metabolic stillness, these microscopic voyagers cling to existence in the most hostile frontier known to mankind. So let's find out more about this. In the cold silence beyond Earth's protective atmosphere, where the radiation storm rages and temperatures plummet, life is not expected to endure. Yet, in the recent experiment, which have revealed a startling resilience, certain fungi, hardy and unyielding, have survived prolonged exposure to deep space condition, and their survival challenges our assumption about the fragility of biology and raises profound questions about possibility of microbial hitchhikers journeying to the Mars. So scientists have placed spores of extramophilic fungi aboard orbital platform, exposing them to the cosmic radiation, vacuum, and the relentless cycle of solar flares. So months later, when these were retrieved and examined, many spores remained viable, and their cell wall, rich in melanin, acted as a shield against the radiation, while their metabolic dormancy allowed them to endure starvation and desiccations. So what seems like a death sentence become a testament to evolutionary ingenuity. So these organisms born in shadow of Earth's ecosystem proved capable of weathering the hardest frontier. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching us and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the implication of ripple outward. So if the fungi can survive the journey, so too might bacteria or other microbes. And these raises a specter of forward contamination, the accidental transport of Earth's life to the Mars. A single resilient spore nested in the crevice of spacecraft could seed alien soil, and implication the search or implicating for indigenous Martian life. So the line between the discovery and contamination grows perilously thin. For planetary protection agencies, the survival of fungi is both a marvel and a warning. Yet there is another perspective, and that is we are talking about opportunity. If the fungi can endure space, they might one day serve as allies in colonization. And their ability to recycle nutrients, break down the waste, and even produce protective compound could make them invaluable partner for astronauts establishing habitats on Mars. Imagine a fungal bioreactors converting Martian logit into fertile soil, or shielding domes infused with melanin to observe the radiation. So, what begins as a survival experiment could evolve into a cornerstone of extraterrestrial agriculture and medicine. The survival of fungi also touches on the deeper philosophical questions, and that is life. And it seems it is like a fragile frame, easily extinguished, but can the strong force that can cling to existence wherever it can. So the cosmos, the vast and indifferent, it may be, but it not empty with the possibilities. And each spore that endures in the orbit whispers of resilience, of stubborn refusal of biology to yield. In their microscopic triumph, the fungi remind us that life is not confined to Earth. It is a universal experiment, always probing the boundaries of possibilities. As humanity prepares for Mars mission, these fungal survivors stand as both cautionary tale and the beacon of hope. They warn us that the thread of this survival, we have to actually deal with careful insight, and least we overwrite Martian biology with our own. But they also inspire us to imagine a future where Earth's smallest organism help us to thrive on very distinct world, and in quiet endurance of these spores drifting through space, we glimpse the persistence of life itself, unyielding, adaptable, and forever reaching to new horizon, new boundaries. In the quiet resilience of these spores drifting unbroken through the cosmic abyss, we glimpse a truth larger than any single experiment. Life is not fragile, but defined. The fungi that endures in the deep space remind us that the biology is a force that adapts, persists, and seeks footholds even in the most hostile realm. As humanity prepares to step into the Mars, their survival is both a warning and a promise. Warning us to guard against the contamination, yet promising that life itself may be our greatest ally in the journey beyond Earth. So, in the void where the silence resigns, the spores whisper, a timeless refrain. A life refuses to die, and it is a refusal, it is a carrier that the seeds of tomorrow's world. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching this, and we look forward for your comment. At the same time, we request you to subscribe our channel. See you in the next, but before we go further, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the vast silence of desert, where the survival seems almost impossible, scientists have uncovered a hidden alliance that rewrites our understanding of endurance. Ancient desert moss, long admired for its ability to cling to the life on a barren soil, has now been found to harbor fungi inside its very cells. This is not a surface level partnership, but a deep cellular embrace, possibility of one of the Earth's oldest symbiotic relationship. It is a discovery that stretches back to the dawn of terrestrial life, suggesting that resilience in hostile environment was never a solitary achievement. Moss brought photosynthesis and shelter, and fungi brought biochemical tools to withstand drought and scarcity. Together, they forged a blueprint for survival in extremes, a design that may have been shaped ecosystem across time and that could inspire strategies for life in the harsh world of tomorrow. So let's find out more about this. So in the parched silence of deserts, where the survival is daily negotiation with the heat and scarcity, scientists have uncovered a story written in the smallest of the living thread. Desert moss, a humble pioneer of a barren landscape, has been found to harbor fungi inside its very cells. This is not a casual association, but a deep, intimate partnership, possibly one of the Earth's oldest symbiotic relationships. It is a revelation that stretches our imagination back hundreds of millions of years to a time when a life was still learning how to endure the hardest of the environment. Mosses are among the earliest land plant, and their lineage traces back to the dawn of terrestrial colonizations. They thrive where a few others can, on rocks and in desert and frozen tundra. So their resilience has long been admired. But the discovery of fungi nested within their cells added a new dimension to their survival story. Fungi, with its extraordinary ability to break down the minerals, recycle nutrients, and tolerate extreme, may have been the silent partners in its journey all along. Together, moss and fungi form a living alliances which compensating for the others' vulnerabilities. The moss provides shelter, photosynthesis, and energy. The fungus offer biochemical tools to withstand drought, heat, and nutrient, and definitely scarcity in a harsh environment. So their partnership is not merely biological, or it is not even a curiosity, which is often we all feel and we want to go beyond it. It is an evolutionary strategy. Symbiosis has always been a cornerstone of life's success. So, from the mitochondria in our cell, one free living bacteria, the lichens that paint rock with the color cooperation has repeatedly proven more powerful than competition. The moss fungi bond may represent one of the earliest experiment in its principle, a prototype for survival in a hostile world. It suggests that the adaptation to the desert and the other extreme habitats was not achieved alone but through alliances forged in the microscopic intimacy. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue with our discussion. The implication ripple outward. If mosses could endure desert by welcoming fungi into their cells, then perhaps similar strategies allowed plants to colonize barren continents, shaping the ecosystem that would later support animals and eventually humans. It reframes desert not as a lifeless wasteland, but as a crucible of innovation where the life learned to band without actually breaking. It also hints at how organism might adapt to future extreme weather, climate, and change also on the Earth or colonization of Mars. Partnership like these could be the blueprint for resilience in environments we have yet to face. So, there is a poetry in the idea that survival is not about the dominance, but about the companionship. Moss and fungus, actually entwined in cellular embrace, remind us that the life's oldest lesson is cooperation. So, in their quiet persistence, they carry the echoes of ancient earth, whispers of the strategies that allowed green to shape across the stone and resilience to bloom where none was expected. To study them is a glimpse the architecture of endurance. A design has relevant, even very relevant, actually, in today's environment, as it was the desert of prehistory. So, in the story of desert moss and its hidden fungal partnership, the ending is not a conclusion but a reminder of life's oldest wisdom. What began as a microscopic alliance in the hardest and harshest landscape has endured across the ecos and teaching us that the survival is actually really solitary. So the moss shelter the fungus strengthen the moss, and together they embody resilience in its purest form. So, this discovery is more than a scientific curiosity. Actually, it is a testament of cooperation as the engine of adaptation. In desert, where the heat actually is so hard and so high, and the water vanishes, the moss fungi bond whispers of the ancient strategies that allowed life to persist against impossible odds. It tells us that the endurance is not about standing alone, but about weaving, strengthening through the companionship. So, as we look to the future, towards the changing climates, and even the prospect of life beyond Earth, this ancient partnership become a guide. It shows that the survival in the extreme will depend not on as an isolation or alone, to be alone all the time, but on the collaboration, on alliances that transform the vulnerability into the possibility. Thus, the desert moss and its fungal ally leave us with the quiet but profound message. The oldest story of life are written not in dominance, but in a symbiosis. And its cellular embrace, we glimpse the timeless architecture of resilience, an inheritance from the past and the blueprint for the future. So, we have come at the end of this discussion about this interesting topic of moss and fungi alliance. So please like and subscribe our channel, and we definitely look forward for your comments on this topic. See you very soon on more good topics, interesting topics for you. See you. Bye bye. The idea of robots living alongside us has been belonged to the realm of science fiction. Yet today it is edging into the reality. With the debut of AI-powered robot designed specially for home use, the boundary between futuristic imagination and everyday life is dissolving. These machines are no longer confined to factory floors or research labs. They are stepping into kitchen, living room, bedroom, promising to transform the domestic routine. The debut of AI robots for domestic use is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one also. It sparks curiosity, inspires hope, ignites debate. So, are we welcoming helpful assistants into our lives or surveillance device disguised as a companion? The answer may shape not only the future of our household but also the broader relationship between human and intelligent machine. Artificial intelligence has begun to step out of the research lab and corporate offices into the most intimate of the space, our home. So debut of AI powered domestic robots marks a turning point in consumer technology, one that blends convenience with controversy. So these machines are designed to handle everyday tasks, tidying rooms, monitoring energy use, assisting with cooking, or even offering companionship. And this appeal lies in the promise of freeing up time, reducing household stress, and creating a seamless, smart living environment. For many consumers, the idea of robot that can anticipate the need and act autonomously and feel natural is the next step after smart speakers and connected appliances. Yet that excitement is tempered by uneasy, and that is privacy debate over flared almost immediately. Unlike a vacuum robot that simply mop your floor plans, and these new AI robots can equipped with advanced sensory cameras, microphones. So they don't just clean, they observe, interpret, and learn. That means that they are constantly collecting data from household routine, personal habits, even private conversations. So for some, this feels like inviting a surveillance device into the living room. The questions become: who owns that data and how securely is it stored? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the consumer interest is undeniable. Early demonstrations have drawn crowds, and pre-orders suggest a strong demand. Families imagine robots that can help elderly relatives, parents, and vision assistants with the childcare. And professionals see value in delegating some routine work. So, but alongside with enthusiasm, the critics warn of the risk of dependency and erosion of boundaries. So, if a robot can recognize emotions, respond to the stress, and adapt to the personal preferences, does it cross into the territories of replacing human interaction? So, and if the companies monetize the insight gathered from these robots, does the home cease to be a private sanctuary? So this tension between innovation and intrusion defines the current debate On one hand, AI robot for home use could actually revolutionize the domestic life. It can provide easiness in the domestic life, making home safer, more efficient, and more responsive. On the other hand, they raise profound ethical questions about autonomy, consent, and surveillance. The debut of these robots is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one too. It actually forces society to grapple with what we value more: convenience or privacy, automation or intimacy. For now, the spotlight remains on consumer curiosity. The allure of futuristic living is strong, and many are eager to experiment. But as adoption spread, the conversation will inevitably shift from novelty to accountability. The home, once the most private space, is becoming the next frontier for AI, and how we navigate this frontier will shape not only our domestic life but also our broader relationship with technology. The arrival of AI robots in our home is more than a technical upgrade. It is definitely, as we are discussing, cultural shift. These machines promise efficiency, they also promise safety, and even the companionship, yet they are that is a challenge of our notion of privacy, intimacy within the household. So, as consumer embrace this, and society must also confront the deeper questions: how much of our personal lives are we willing to share with the machines, and who ultimately control that information? So that is that whether they become a trusted helper or controversial intruders will depend only on the technological itself, but also value we choose to uphold as we invite artificial intelligence into our most private corners of our lives. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
the vast expanse of India's mythological and spiritual heritage, Jamadagni emerges as a figure who embodies both wisdom and strength. A sage of Bhrigu lineage and one of the revered Saptarishi, he was not confined to meditation alone. His life was a rare fusion of scholarship and martial mastery. Jamadagni's household was a sanctuary of Vedic learning where the sacred hymns were preserved, transmitted, yet it was also a place where the science of weaponry, the art of warfare were refined into discipline of dharma, that is righteousness. His bow, Saranga, and his knowledge of Dhanur Veda symbolize the union of intellect and arm, teaching the weapon are not instrument of conquest but the guardian of righteousness. Jamadagni's life was not merely about personal achievement, it was about shaping the legacy that would endure through his son Parshuram, the warrior sage who carried forward his father's vision of dharma defended by strength. Thus, Jamadagni stands at the crossroad of meditation and battlefield, of the scholarship and strategy, reminding us that the true greatness lies in the harmonizing wisdom with power. In the tapestry of ancient Indian tradition, Jamadagni stands as a figure of profound duality. At once a sage immersed in spiritual wisdom, and the other part he is the master of martial science. His life reflects the delicate balance between pursuit of knowledge and the necessity of defense, between the serenity of meditation and the discipline of warfare. Jamadagni's contribution to the science of weaponry and the art of warfare are legendary. As a descendant of great sage Bhrigu, he inherited not only the spiritual insight but also a deep understanding of martial techniques. Ancient texts describe him as a custodian of Dhanur Veda, a branch of knowledge that encompass the use of bow, arrow, and divine weapons. His bow, Saranga, became the symbol of his mastery, later passed on to his son Parshuram, who wielded it into a campaign against the Kshatriyas. Jamadagni's teaching emphasized discipline, precision, and the ethical use of force that is also applies on warfare. It was not just for the conquest, but for the protection of dharma, which is righteousness. In this way, he elevated martial science into a sacred art and inseparable from moral responsibility. The bow of dharma can be seen in the modern cybersecurity and AI governance. Our digital weapon, algorithms, data, and code must be aimed at protecting truth, justice, and not the exploitation. The legacy reminds us that the technology is powerful only when aligned with the ethical purpose. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, yet the Jamadagni was not merely a warrior sage. His spiritual and scholarly contribution are equally profound. As one of the world's revered Saptarishi, he played a vital role in preserving and transmitting the Vedic knowledge. His devotion to meditation, or spirituality made him a beacon of righteousness. His household became the center of learning. Legend recounts his ability to command nature itself, receiving boons from Surya, the sun god, and harnessing the divine cow, Kamadhenu, which symbolize abundance and substance. These stories reflect his stature as a sage who could bridge the material and the spiritual, guided by, and definitely that will help in guiding humanity towards balance. This was very important in the context of making the balance. If we think deeper and find out in 2026, that is actually more relevant. This continuity reflects how knowledge passes from one generation to the next, and today's AI pioneering inherit both innovation and responsibility. The art of war in 2026 is not just about weapon, but about navigating global conflict in cyber space, in trade wars, and AI ethics. Jamaat Agni's story reminds us that every new generation must weld its tool with wisdom. The tragedy of Jamaat Agni's death, slain by the men of King Kartivirya Arjun for refusing to surrender Kamdhenu, underscores the eternal tension between the spiritual authority and the worldly power. His martyrdom ignited Parshuram's vow to rid the earth of oppressive rulers, ensuring that Jamaat Agni's legacy lived on not only in a scholarship but also in action. Through his son, his teaching on weaponry dharma were carried forward, shaping one of the most dramatic cycles in Hindu mythology. So Jamaat Agni's life thus embodies a rare synthesis, the science of warfare tempered by spiritual wisdom. He demonstrated that true mastery of arms must be guided by restraint, ethics, and devotion to higher principle. His scholarly contribution ensured the continuity of Vedic tradition, while his martial legacy empowered future generation to defend righteousness. And him, the sage and the warrior, were not opposite, but it is kind of a two face of one life dedicated to preservation of dharma, that is righteousness. Now, if we see in the context of 2026, this mirrors actually how nations and corporations debate the ethical use of AI autonomous weapon. Just as Jamaat Agni's insisted on restraining, today's leaders grappled with ensuring AI-driven defense system remain accountable to human values. So Jamaat Agni's life is a reminder that the pursuit of wisdom and the mastery of strength are not opposite paths, but a complementary one. As sage, he safeguarded the Vedic tradition, nurtured the scholarship and the spiritual discipline. As a master of weaponry, he elevated warfare into a sacred science, teaching that arms must serve the righteousness rather than ambition. His martyrdom at the hand of worldly power underscores the kind of softness of spiritual authority. Yet, through Parshuram, his legacy endured and ensured that righteousness would always find a defender. So in Jamaat Agni's, we see the rare union of scholar, warrior, and meditation, and of course the meditation and the battlefield. His contribution continues to inspire, remind us that the true greatness lies not in domination, but in harmonizing knowledge with the responsibility and strength with virtue. So Jamaat Agni's contribution lies in his rare synthesis, and also it also reminds us, his story continues to inspire us, remind us that wisdom, strength must walk hand in hand. So please send your comments and subscribe our channel for more insight into Indian mythology and spirituality. See you in the next one. But before we close this live stream, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome to Executive Learning Session. In today's high pressure corporate world, CEOs are often obsessed with their quarterly reports. But what if focusing less on the result actually would lead to better performance? That's a very big and profound question. Therefore, today in this video, we break down the profound leadership wisdom of Bhagavad Gita. And we will also explore how it serves as a blueprint for the modern mindful executives. We explore the concept of Karma Yogi, a leader who performs their duty with intense focus and excellence without becoming slave to the result. So therefore, friends, stick around with this thought and let's explore this further. Picture this. It's 11 p.m. on a Sunday and you're starting working at a spreadsheet. You have got a quarterly board meeting in 48 hours. The numbers aren't where they need to be and your heart is racing. Your sleep is now non-existent and your identity, your very worth as a leader is tied entirely to the bottom right cell of the screen, right? This happens to everybody, isn't it? Well, we have been taught that the greatest leader you must be result driven. We must obsess over KPIs, exit strategies, and stock prices. But here is a paradox. The more tightly you grip the result, the more likely you are likely to choke the process that creates it. Today, I want to share a piece of wisdom that is 7,000 years old, yet feels like it was written for this morning market volatility. It's from the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, first verse of chapter 6. It is a verse that redefines what it means to be a yogi and by extension what it means to be a leader. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's proceed further. So now let's look at the verse. Quote starts. A true yogi or a true renunciant is the one who performs his duty renouncing attachment to result, and not one who abandons work or the sacrificial fire. Quote close. Now, when we hear the word yogi or renunciant, we think of someone sitting on a mountain far away from emails and supply chain issues. But Bhagwan Krishna says something radical here. He says the true yogi is not the one who quits. It's the one who stopped doing the work. It's also not that. In business context, Krishna is saying you don't have to quit your job to find peace. You don't have to stop being ambitious. The sacrificial fire for CEO is the office, the factory, and the boardroom. The distinction isn't whether you work it's how you relate to outcome of what works, etc. So what is the result paradox? So when we attach to the result, we operate from a place of fear. Fear of failure, fear of loss, fear of looking bad. When the brain is in the fear mode, the prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for high level strategy and innovation, shuts down. Attachment creates tunnel vision. You become so focused on the win that you miss the ethical red flags or the innovative pivot that could have saved your company. Attachment creates fragility. If your happiness depends on the green KPI, a red KPI will shatter your confidence completely. So, Gita suggests a better way. Perform your karma, the duty at hand. Imagine the professional athlete. If a golfer is thinking about a trophy while they are, mid swing, they will miss the shot. To win the trophy, they must forget the trophy exists and focus entirely on the mechanics of the swing. That is leading without attachment. The verse mentioned not abandoning their sacrificial fire. In ancient times, this was the literal fire of ritual. Today, for a leader, it is the energy of the action. Leading without attachment does not mean leading without excellence. In fact, it requires more excellence. When you aren't worried about how the result will make you look, you are free to be. There are several things you are free to be. First is bold, because you aren't afraid of the fallout. Second is the present, because you aren't living in the future quarter. And third is the objective, because you see the data for what it is, not what you want it to be. A true CEO, which is yogi, performs their duty because it is the right thing to do, not because it means something to, earn your bonus, etc. They treat their company as a sacrifice, a contribution to the world. So how do we actually do this? How do we walk into the board meeting tomorrow and lead without the attachment? There are few ideas which I want to share with you. First is shift from what to how. Instead of asking, will they reach the target? Ask, are we executing this with the highest level of integrity and skill? If the process is perfect, the result is inevitable, and it's the inevitable byproduct. Second, the 5-minute detailer. Before a high stake pitch, take 5 minutes to remind yourself, I have a right to work, but not to the fruits. Tell yourself that your value as a human being is independent of this deal. Watch how much more charismatic and calm you would become before you get into the meeting. Now, the third idea is reward effort, not just outcome. So, as a leader, stop only celebrating the wins. Start celebrating the karma as well. The disciplined, high quality effort, even when it doesn't lead to a win, this builds a culture of psychological safety. So, Bhagavad Gita isn't asking you to be less ambitious. In fact, it is asking you to be freer. So when you stop being a slave to the result, you become master of your actions. You will become unshakable executive. You will still show up and you still, the light of fire, and you still do the work, but you do it with a smile, knowing that while you cannot control the wind, you can always control how you set your sail. So friends, what do you think? Thank you for your time. Thank you for joining live. Let's go back to the fire and do the work. And if you have any questions, please feel free to send it across. Before I wind up this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is a new trade war which is dubbed as 2.0 beginning? As the US radically rewrites its global tariff rules, India is launching a high stake diplomatic mission to Washington, D.C. And therefore, in this video, we dive deep into why an Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is rushing to US capital on April 20th, 2026 to save $1 billion trade deal. So what is happening now? Well, the trade landscape between the world's two largest democracies has shifted overnight following a landmark US Supreme Court ruling that limited the president's emergency tariff powers. The Trump administration has introduced a new 10 to 15% global surcharge under Section 122 of the Trade Act. Now, this move has effectively reset the 18% tariff framework India and US agreed upon during the early February 2026. Now, India is fighting to maintain its competitive edge as other global players face the same flat rate. Let us discuss this further. On February 7th, 2026, the world thought the trade war between India and the US was finally over. Headlines around the globe announced the breakthrough. Washington would slash tariff on Indian goods to be a flat 18%, and in exchange the trade king and the Make in India giant would enter a new era of cooperation. But in the global politics, nothing is final until the ink is dry. Fast forward to today, that 18% deal, it's practically on the paper shredder right now. Why? Because of the US Supreme Court just dropped a legal bombshell that stripped the president of his emergency tariff powers. In response, the Washington has hit the reset button, rewriting the global trade playbook with a brand new 10% global surcharge. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Now, as you watch this, a high-level Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is on a plane to Washington DC. They would land on April 20th, and their mission would be to save India's 87 billion export market from being swallowed by a trade war 2.0. To understand why India is rushing to DC, we have to look at what happened in the courts. For over a year, the Trump administration used the International Emergency Economic Power Act (IEEPA) to slap reciprocal tariffs on countries including India. But on February 20th, 2026, the US Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that the president cannot use this act to raise revenue generating tariffs. It was a massive rebuke of the executive power. Overnight, the legal foundation for the India-US deal, the one that promised an 18% rates, evaporated. The administration had to halt all IEEPA collections. But if you think this means free trade is back, think again. The administration immediately pivoted to Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974. This is a global surcharge of 10% on all imports from all countries to address international payment problems. It's valid for 150 days. You might be asking, wait, if the new US tariff is only 10%, isn't that better for India than 18% they agreed to in February? So on paper, yes, but in the world of trade, it is all about comparative advantages. Under the old deal, India was going to pay 18% while its competitor like China or Vietnam might have been paying 25% or even 50% in certain cases. The gap made Indian goods cheaper. But under the new Section 122, everyone pays 10%. Suddenly, India loses its special edge. Furthermore, there is the Section 301 threat. While the 10% global tariff is a temporary fix, the US Trade Representative USTR has launched a fresh investigation into 16 economies, including India. These probes are looking into forced labor and unfair practices. If these investigations go south, India could face even higher punitive tariffs on top of the 10%. And this is why Mr. Darpan Jain and his team are in Washington this week. They aren't just there for coffee. They are there to finalize the bilateral trade agreement and the legal text. And here are the three main fires they need to put out. First is the solar crisis. The Indian solar module exports to US have already crashed by 35% this year due to fluctuating duties. India needs a stable long-term rate to protect its growing green energy industry. Number two, the Russian oil factor. The US previously hit India with punitive duties because of the India's purchase of Russian oil. While some of those rolled back in February, the new section, which is 301 probe, could bring them back under a different name. And third is the big ticket energy deal. So in exchange for lower tariff, India is looking at buying massive amount of US LNG and nuclear tech. This energy for export swaps is the heart of the deal. India isn't just waiting on the Americans, though. While DC talks are happening, Commerce Secretary Mr. Rajesh Agrawal has confirmed the 2026 roadmap. And it's very interesting. First is the India-UK FTA, expected to go live in May 2026. Second is the India-New Zealand FTA, set to be signed in April, especially on April 27. Third is the EU and Oman FTA. Negotiations are in full swing and final stages. So India is essentially telling Washington, we want to be your partner, but we aren't putting all our eggs in one basket. With the trade deficit between the two nations narrowing down to 34 billion from 40 billion last year, India has some leverage, but the US is playing the hardball. The next 72 hours in Washington will determine the future of your wallet as well as my wallet. From the price of iPhone, even though it is assembled in India, to the cost of Indian textiles and pharma in the US, everything is on the line. Is this the start of a trade war 2.0, or it is just growing pain of a new America first architecture? One thing is certain, the era of easy, predictable global trade is over. So friends, what do you think? Should India stand its own ground, or should it offer more concessions to secure the US market? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into shifting world of global power. Thank you for joining live. Thank you for watching. Before I wind up this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Stop! Before you hit the delete channel button or give up on your next upload, you need to watch this. Most creators quit YouTube exactly 3 feet from the gold. They see flat lines in their analytics and assume they are failing. But in reality, they are simply in a ghost phase, the period where the algorithm tests your consistency and your skills are being sharpened for the big break. In this video, we dive deep into the psychology of the content creation and why 0 views might actually be your biggest competitive advantage. How? Let us discuss this further. You are checking your phone again. It's been 3 hours since you uploaded your latest video and the one you spent all weekend editing. You have refreshed the studio app 10 times and the number hasn't budged. 4 views, 2 of which were probably you. The thought starts creeping in. Is this even worth it? You see other creators blowing up overnight and you feel like you are shouting into a void. You are ready already to quit, but before you hit that delete channel button, I need you to understand one thing. You aren't failing. You are actually in the most important phase of your journey. Most creators quit exactly 3 feet from the goal. Today I'm going to show you why nobody is watching is actually your secret weapon, and why your biggest breakthrough is like hidden right behind the urge to give up. Let's dive in. But before, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. I would also know who's watching and who's not. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's address the elephant in the room, which is the algorithm. We talk about it like it's a sentient being that hates us. It doesn't, but it's a system built on trust. When you are a new creator or you're trying to pivot, you enter what I call the ghost phase. Think about it. Why would YouTube push your content to millions of people if you are only person you can stay consistent for only 2 weeks? The algorithm is testing two things: your competence and your consistency. During this ghost phase, you have a massive advantage that no big creator has, which is freedom to fail. When nobody is watching, you can experiment, you can find your voice, you can mess up the lighting, and you can make terrible jokes without hundreds and thousands of people judging you. This is your training ground. You are not being ignored, you are being incubated. This is the concept from the book Atomic Habits, called the plateau of latent potential. We expect progress to be in a straight line up. We think if I put in X amount of work, I should see X amount of views. But the growth on YouTube is exponential, not linear. You spend months, maybe years, working in the valley of disappointment, and this is where you're putting in the work, but the result aren't showing yet. You are building the foundation. It's like bamboo tree. It grows underground for 5 years, developing a massive root system, and then it shoots up 80 feet in 6 weeks. So if you quit during the root building phase, the tree will never grow. Every video you make into a flop is actually a root. It's a data point. It's a lesson. It's one step closer to the 80-foot breakthrough. So why do most creators quit right before they win? It's because of the psychological phenomena called cognitive friction. The effort required to make a video feels much higher than the reward of 10 views. To survive this, you have to shift your win condition. If your win condition is to get 1000 views, you get 50, you feel like as if you have lost it. You feel defeated. But if you win condition is like getting 1% better at color grading, or write a more compelling hook, or you do that, you have won already, right? I mean, if you do all of these core competencies, regardless of the view counts, don't you think so? Winning on YouTube is a war of attrition. The pros aren't necessarily the most talented people on the platform. They are the one who refuse to go away. They stayed in the game long enough for the luck to find them. Because on YouTube, luck is just where the preparation meets the long enough timeline. Now, as a disclaimer, I'm not saying that you should keep doing exactly the same thing if it is not working. There is a difference between quitting and pivoting. If you have made 50 videos and they all have 0 views, don't quit YouTube. Change your strategy. Maybe your thumbnails are weak. Maybe your intros are too slow. Use the silence to audit yourself. When nobody is watching, you have the lowest stakes possible to reinvent yourself. Don't you think so? So ask yourself, am I making content for me, or am I making content that solves a problem or provide value for someone else? Once you align your passion with audience's need, the nobody watching problems start to disappear. The hardest part of YouTube isn't the editing or the SEO. It is the mental game. It is showing up on Tuesday morning to film a video when your last 3 uploads tanked. But remember this, every major creator you admire today, from Mr. Beast to MKBHD, had a period where they were talking, making videos, but generating zero interest, 0 views. They felt exactly how you feel right now. The only difference between them and millions of abandoned channels is that they decided to post one more time. Your breakout video is already in your head. It's coming. It's going to come. Definitely. But you can't find your, it cannot find you if you weren't there to upload it, right? So don't quit. Just get 1% better today. So friends, what do you think? If you have any question or if you want to know more, please leave a comment below and I will see you again in the next one. Before I take your leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome to this high-level executive briefing. We explore the profound leadership wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita. While the modern corporate culture often drives leaders towards external validation and endless doing within quotes, this ancient verse reveals that the most effective leadership comes from a state of internal being. The inside-out executive breaks down how the concept of the yogi, one who is happy within and flooded with self-enlightenment, translate directly to the modern C-suite. Learn how to translate and transition from reactive management to proactive sovereignty. Let us explore this thought further. Welcome once again. We live in an era of the extreme leadership. We are taught that more we do, more we achieve. We track KPIs, market share, and quarterly growth. But there is a paradox at the top. Many executives have reached the pinnacle of the material success while, they feel more hollow than when they started. Why is it, that more we gain on the outside, the more we feel we are losing on the inside? Today we are, looking for the answers in a 7,000-year-old text. We are exploring Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 24. It offers a blueprint of what I call the inside-out executive. Let's look at the verse itself, and Bhagwan Krishna says, and the quote starts, "A yogi is happy within. He sees God within himself. He is flooded with self-enlightenment. He attains the liberation from material existence and unite with the divine." And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine our reach. Alright, let's proceed further. To the modern CEO, words like yogi or divine might feel distant. But let's translate this into a language of the leadership. A yogi is simply a person of the perfected discipline. Happy within himself means you are emotional, in your emotional state is no longer a hostage to the stock market or a boardroom meeting. Flooded with self-enlightenment is what we now call high-level intuition and clarity. This verse isn't about retiring to a cave. It's about becoming an unshakable in the boardroom. most leaders are outside in. If the company performs, they are happy. If the media criticize them, they are miserable. Their internal world is a mirror of their external environment. The inside out executive flips the script. Verse 5.24 tells us that the source of joy must be internal. When you are happy within, you lead from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. You aren't making decisions because you are afraid of losing your status. You are making them because they are the right thing to do. This is where the self enlightenment comes in. When the noise of ego and anxiety is silenced, you gain the quiet mind. In that quiet, you see the God within, or in professional terms, you access your highest intelligence. Now, let's talk about the most provocative word in this verse: liberation. In the Gita, this is the moksha, which is freedom from cycle of birth and death. For an executive, this is freedom from the material grind. Think about it. How much of your stress comes from things you cannot control? The economy, the competition, the global supply chain. Liberation means you are no longer a slave to these outcomes. You perform your dharma, which is your duty, with 100% intensity, but your soul isn't crushed if the result fluctuate. Ironically, this detachment makes you more powerful. A leader who doesn't need a specific outcome to feel whole is the most dangerous person in a negotiation. You have nothing to lose because your fulfillment is already locked in internal space. So, how do we apply this tomorrow morning, right? First, the morning audit. Before you check your emails, which is coming from outside, check your inside. Spend 5 minutes in silence. Find that internal happiness before the world try to give you its version of it. All right. Number two, intellectual detachment. During a crisis, ask yourself: is my happiness based on solving this, or is my happiness constant while I solve this? Right. Number three is lead by light. So verse 5.24 mentioned about flooded with light. Be the leader who brings clarity to the room, not heat. If you are enlightened within, you illuminate the path for everyone else. The verse ends by saying the yogi unite with the divine. In leadership, this is the union of the purpose and action. When your internal state matches your external impact, you aren't just working anymore, you are fulfilling your mission. So don't just lead a company, lead yourself first. Be the inside out executive. And friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before we end this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the dawn of civilization, when society sought order amid the chaos of human desire and duty, a sage named Manu stepped forward to weave the law into life. His vision was not confined to ritual or governance alone. It reached into the intimate bond between men and women, shaping the very foundation of family and societies. Manu's world became more than a rule. They were a mirror of cosmic balance, binding love, duty, and hierarchy into the framework that endured for centuries. Like Hammurabi in Babylon or Confucius in China, Manu's legacy reminds us that across culture, sages and lawgivers sought to tame the most powerful force of all, that is relationship between men and women. And in doing so, they etched the blueprint of civilization itself. So let's find out more about this. In the tapestry of ancient Indian thought, few figures loom as prominently as Manu, the legendary lawgiver whose name is inseparably tied to the Manusmriti, a text that sought to codify the rhythm of human life. Manu was not merely a sage, he was envisioned as the archetypal legislator, the one who translated cosmic order into social norms. His laws, particularly those governing the relationship between men and women, revealed both the aspiration and the anxieties of civilization, striving to balance duty, morality, and hierarchy. So the Manusmriti present marriage not as a private contract, but as a sacred institution woven into the fabric of dharma, which is righteousness. Manu's vision of gender relationship was deeply rooted in the idea of complement the men and women, and the men and women were seen as two halves of cosmic order, cosmic as a whole, each with a distinct role that together sustained society. The woman was reserved as the bearer of lineage, a guardian of household sanctity, and the embodiment of nurturing power. The man, in return, was tasked with the protection, provision, and pursuit of spiritual and worldly duties. In this framework, the harmony was achieved not through the equality in the modern sense, but through the balance which fulfilling a role that maintained cosmic and social order. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward on this topic, yet the Manu's law also reflect the patriarchal structure of his time. Through Manu actually elevated the feminine principle in symbolic way. He declared that where the women are honored, the god rejoice, and where they are dishonored, all right loses their efficacy. And sometimes this kind of few restrictions that actually become paradox when we talk about the modern times, and it also maybe actually resulted in the paradox of ancient gender norms. So the influence of Manu's vision extended far beyond domestic life by codifying rules of marriage, inheritance, and the conduct. He shaped the very architecture of society. His laws became a reference point for centuries, debated and adopted and sometimes restricted, but never ignored. So they provided a framework for order in the world where the oral tradition and the ritual practice needed the anchor to written codes or a written duty mentioning. So parallel to Manu can be found across the civilization. In the West, the figures like Hammurabi of Babylon emerged as counterpart. Hammurabi's famous code inscribed on stone also sought to regulate family life, property, and justice, embodying the patriarchal norms within the broader vision of social stability. In the ancient Rome, the 12 table performed the similar function, defining the rights and duties of men and women within the civil order. In China, Confucian's teaching, though not codified in the same way, established the enduring principle of family hierarchy and gender role, and emphasizing the kind of all the duties, and at the same time it also mentioned the subordination of women within the household. So like of these lawgivers or traditions, when we talk about these distinct codings, like Manu, they also sought to anchor the society in a vision of order that linked cosmic or moral principle with everyday relationship. But what makes Manu distinctive is the spiritual dimension he infused into law. For him, the regulation of men and women relationship was not merely a pragmatic, but a sacred, a reflection of dharma itself. So marriage was a right, not a contract. The household was a microcosm of the universe, and the woman, as its center, was both revered and bound by duty. This intertwined of the law, ritual, and cosmology gave Manu's vision a depth that continues to provoke reflection. So in the modern age, Manu's legacy is contested, sometimes criticized, but critics highlight the restrictive aspect of his law, especially regarding women's autonomy, while others emphasize the symbolic reverence and the attempt to harmonize the social life with cosmic principle. His parallel Hammurabi, Confucius, and Roman jurist reminded us that every civilization has grappled with the same challenge: how to regulate human relationship in a way that preserve the order, morality, and continuity. The answer differs, but the impulse is universal. Ultimately, Manu stands as both a product of his time, a figure of enduring influence, and his law revealed the ancient Indian attempt to weave the gender relation into a larger fabric of dharma, that is, righteousness, balancing reverence with restriction and symbolism with social control. In his vision, the relationship between men and women was not merely personal but civilizational, a cornerstone upon which the base of the society rested. And in this vision, we glimpse the perennial human quest to align the intimate bond of a family with the vast order of cosmos. So Manu's vision of men and women was not merely about domestic order. It was about aligning human bonds with cosmic laws. His words inscribed in the Manusmriti actually became both revered and contested, shaping the centuries of thought on duty, family, and society. Like Hammurabi's stone tablet or Confucius' teaching, Manu's legacy reminds us that every civilization sought to anchor relationship in principle larger than themselves. His laws may reflect the paradox of their ages, but reverence entwined with restriction, but at the same time, they endure as a testament to humanity's a timeless quest for harmony between love, duty, and greater order of the world. So, we have come to the end of this discussion. Please mention or write your comments on this topic. Also, please like and subscribe our channel. Look forward for your comments and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 17 जून है और आज बुधवार का दिन है। तो आप सबको पता है कि बुधवार का जो दिन होता है बहुत ही शुभ होता है गणेश पूजा के लिए। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश पूजा के साथ और आप सभी हमारे साथ रिपीट करें। 11 दफ़ा एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। बहुत ही साधारण सा सिंपल सा मंत्र है और इससे भगवान गणेश काफ़ी खुश होते हैं। तो अगर आप अपना दिन या आप बिजनेसमैन हैं या आप पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं तो अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले अपना जो प्रोफेशनल दिन है इस मंत्र का जाप हर बुधवार को करें। ठीक है, तो चलिए आंखें बंद कर लेते हैं, हाथ जोड़ के भगवान गणेश का ध्यान करते हैं और मेरे साथ जोड़िए, मेरे साथ रिसाइट करिए ये मंत्र जो भगवान गणेश जी को समर्पित है। ओके, शुरू करते हैं। ओम गं गम गणपतये नमः। ओम 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 गणपतये नमः। तो दोस्तों, हमारा आज की पूजा समाप्त हुई। भगवान गणेश को हमने आज अपना पूजा समर्पित की और आशा करते हैं आप भी हमारे साथ इसको रिपीट करेंगे। 11 दफ़ा ही करना है, बहुत साधारण सा एक मंत्र है और इससे भगवान गणेश काफ़ी शुभ लाभ देते हैं। तो चलिए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं, अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। इस वीडियो में आपसे विदा लेता हूँ। जल्दी मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में, कहीं मत जाइएगा। आपका दिन शुभ रहे। नमस्कार।
For centuries, lightning has been regarded as a terrestrial phenomena, awe-inspiring but earth-bound spectacle of raw energy. Right? I think you must have seen it. Sometimes it creates ripples in your heart. Sometimes you enjoy the spectacle. It strikes across the sky, illuminating the storm clouds, rattling windows, reminding humanity of nature's which is untamed power. Yet, in the recent years, scientists have begun to uncover a startling truth. lightning is not confined to Earth, influencing the delicate balance of space weather that governs satellites, communication system, and even the safety of astronauts. The breakthrough actually came from a small NASA satellite, modest in size and which but monumental in ambition. Unlike the towering rockets or sprawling observation that often dominates the headlines, this satellite was designed with a precision, simplicity, and its mission definitely was study the electromagnetic fingerprints of lightning and trace how these pulses interact with ionosphere and the charged layer of Earth's upper atmosphere and beyond. Into a vastness of near Earth space, what it discovered actually had sparked a revolution in our understanding of space weather. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, lightning is, it turned out, is more than a flash of light and a crackle of thunder. Each bolt sends electromagnetic waves and racing upwards, piercing the ionosphere like invisible arrow. And this wave, known as whistlers for these airy and descending tones, when captured by radio receivers, can travel thousands of kilometers along the Earth's magnetic field lines, and in doing so they disturb the charged particles and alter radiation belts and create a cascading effect that ripple through the space environment. For decades, space weather was thought to be driven primarily by solar activity, the flares, the coronal mass ejections, the solar winds that actually enters or disturbs the Earth's magnetosphere. While the sun remains the dominant force, lightning has now emerged as a hidden partner in its cosmic dance. So, as NASA satellite revealed that the terrestrial storm contribute to the fluctuation in radiation level around the Earth, subtly shapes the condition faced by satellites and spacecraft. In essence, every thunderstorm is a participation in the grand theater of space weather. So thus implication was profound. Communication network and GPS system and power grid all actually are kind of forced, kind of have a very soft softness to the space weather disruption. So by recognizing lightning role, the scientists can redefine predictive model and offering more accurate warning to industries and governments. A storm in the Midwest may not only ground the flight or knock out the local power, it may also send ripples into the orbit, affecting the satellite that guides ship across the ocean and monitor climate change. So beyond the practical, there is a poetic resonance to this discovery. So lightning, along a symbol of divine wrath or a natural chaos, is now revealed as a bridge between Earth and space. It connects the terrestrial and celestial, reminding us that the boundaries are imagined between the sky and cosmos, and that these are porous. So the flash that terrifies a child at night or inspire a poet verses is also a signal in the grand circuitry of the universe. And this revolution actually made lot of difference, you know. So and this revolution is not merely scientific, it is also cultural. By reframing lightning as a space weather agent, humanity is inviting to see storm differently. So they are also isolated tempest, but nodes in the planetary system, that extend the outward to the stars. The small NASA satellite has given us a new lens, one that transform every thundercloud into a participant in the cosmic dynamics. So, as recent research actually continues, we may find that lightning holds further secrets, perhaps influencing auroras, perhaps interacting with the cosmos rays, or perhaps even shaping the long term evolution of Earth's magnetosphere. So, what is certain is that the spark has been lit and a revolution is underway, one that begins with a flash in the sky and extends into the infinite expanse of space. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. Do send your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this particular live stream, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कार। आप सबका स्वागत है। आज तो बृहस्पतिवार है और आज तारीख क्या है? आज 18 तारीख है मेरे ख्याल से। तो आज बृहस्पतिवार को तो का जो दिन होता है, आप सबको पता है, वो भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान विष्णु की स्तुति करके, पूजा करके, एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ इसको हमारे साथ जुड़िए और हमारे साथ ही इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करिए। ठीक है? तो आपको जैसे पता है कि मैं इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करता हूँ, जिससे हमें सहूलियत होती है। सिर्फ 11 दफ़ा करना है, बहुत जल्दी हो जाएगा। इससे भगवान का भी नमन हो जाता है और आपका दिन भी अच्छा निकलता है। चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए। एक छोटा सा मंत्र हम भगवान विष्णु को समर्पित करते हुए, याद करते हुए, पूजा करते हुए हम करेंगे। तो चलिए हम शुरू करते हैं। ओम नमो भगवतु वासुदेवाय नमः। ओम नमो भगवते 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 वासुदेवाय नमः। तो हमारी पूजा संपन्न हुई, हम अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपका दिन शुभ हो। जल्दी मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 1 जून है, 1 जून, और आज तो सोमवार है। तो ये शंकर भगवान का दिन है। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे और उसके बाद अपना दिन चालू करेंगे। तो आप सब मेरे साथ जुड़ें और हमेशा की तरह हम इस काउंटर को यूज़ करेंगे, जिसमें ये नंबर आ जाते हैं और ये पता चलता है कि हमने कितनी दफ़ा हमने भगवान की पूजा की है। तो एक बहुत ही साधारण सा भगवान शंकर का, शिव भगवान का एक मंत्र है, जो हम 11 दफ़ा करेंगे। हम इस काउंटर जैसे मैंने बताया, आप कैसे भी कर सकते हैं, कोई सा भी आपका प्रोसेस हो वैसा आप फॉलो कर सकते हैं। तो हम स्तुति स्टार्ट करते हैं, आप भी हमारे साथ जुड़ें और भगवान का नमन करते हुए हम अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। चलिए शुरू करते हैं। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। जय भोलेनाथ, जय भोलेनाथ। तो हमारी आज की 1 जून की जो स्तुति थी, पूजा थी, वो संपन्न हुई और हमने भगवान शिव को याद किया, 11 दफ़ा उनका मंत्र जाप किया। तो दोस्तों अब हम आपसे इस वीडियो में विदा लेते हैं, जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। नमस्कार।
Hello friends, welcome to chapter number 2 which is about how to apply gesso. So I will explain everything to you. I will tell you what is gesso, why it is so important, etc. This is the chapter number 2. First chapter was dedicated on how to apply the masking tape. As you can see, I have actually applied the masking tape all across the border. I plan to apply masking tape for dividing the sections on this painting also, which I will cover in the subsequent chapters. Alright, so let's go back to our main topic, which is gesso. Gesso is required. Let me first show you what is gesso. So I am using a gesso from a company called Art Cover. You can see this is which I use always, and I prefer using this because this has given beautiful results. Alright, so this gesso is a basic compound. Basically it gets applied on the canvas. Couple of things it does for the painting. Number one is it actually it's basically opaque. It makes the entire white surface as completely opaque white. So when it is opaque, that means when the painting is ready, there will be no significant light reflection, and the change of color will not happen. So it will make your canvas completely opaque, and then it will be very good for receiving colors. So if the white portion, which is the background of your painting, is completely opaque and pure white, then it is much more receptive to receive oil colors or acrylic color. So gesso is used for primarily for preparing your canvas, especially for oil colors as well as for acrylic. Since I am using my canvas to make oil painting, I will be applying the same gesso and then do my oil painting. There are a couple of other things it does. First of all, it actually makes it opaque. It makes it very even. So gesso, once it is applied, it settles in a very even, uniform canvas. As you can see right now, whether I'm not sure whether the camera is doing justice, but there are few wrinkles, because cloth will always have a wrinkle. So there are few wrinkles, and you don't want these wrinkles to appear on your painting. So that is why you need to apply gesso. Well, many people go ahead with their painting, their artwork without applying gesso, but then these are the drawbacks. So if you are if you want to convert your creativity into a long term beautiful lasting piece, make sure that you have your planning done, and also apply gesso before you even start doing anything with your painting. So I explained why you need gesso. This gesso is pure white, it is water soluble. You can just take it and use this kind of roller. You can also use brush, but then brush will leave its marking. But if you use roller like this one, this is a small roller which I use, so I recommend that you also use the roller, because this one will not leave any marking on the while applying the gesso. Once you have applied the gesso, make sure that gesso is applied after you put the border masking tape. As in the previous chapter I have explained, I have actually applied the masking tape to create the border. So once you have done that, then you can apply the gesso, so that you know exactly how big your painting would be, and what elements you need to bring into your paintings. Once the gesso is applied, it's actually different kinds of varieties of gessos are there. There is a fast drying gesso, there is a slow drying gesso. So if you are applying, depending on what you are planning to do, you can actually take fast drying gesso, which I have taken. It will get dry within 30 minutes. But once I apply the gesso, I will actually like to wait for 1 or 2 days, because I don't want anything to I don't want to give any chance for any wet surfaces of my painting. Obviously this is a water based compound and it has to get dried, and it also depends on the weather. So if you are in a cold country, gesso will take longer to dry. I mean, the water will take longer to dry, which gesso will is pre-mixed with. So make sure that there are certain things that you should look after. And once you have applied the gesso, once the canvas is completely dried, then it has become a base canvas for your painting to start with. So this is chapter number 2. I have told you why you need gesso, how to apply gesso, and therefore this is something which you must keep in mind while planning your painting. Alright, so in the next chapter we will actually segmentize our painting. I will tell you how to use masking tape to segmentize your painting, so that you don't waste color and then overlap different colors when you start making your paintings. All right, so that will be chapter number 3. So I will see you in chapter number 3. Make sure that you follow these instructions and prepare your canvas using gesso. See you in the next one.
Hello friends, let me ask you, are you striving for perfection or are you seeking the essence of the leadership? It's a very profound question, and therefore to answer this, we dive deep into one of the most profound leadership lessons from Bhagavad Gita. While many CEOs focus on KPIs, scaling and operational perfection, the Gita reveals a deeper level of mastery that only a fraction of leaders ever reach. How this works? Let's explore this further. To most CEO spending their entire lives, climbing the ladder. They climb the corporate ladder, they climb the revenue charts, and they climb the industry rankings. But here is the uncomfortable truth. Reaching the top of the mountain is not the same thing as mastering the mountains. In the world of high-stake business, we are obsessed with perfection. We want perfect systems, perfect quarters, and perfect products. But ancient wisdom suggests that the perfection is merely the entrance fee. It is not the final destination. Thousands of years ago, on a battlefield of a different kind, Bhagwan Krishna spoke a verse that serves as a startling wake-up call for the modern leaders. And this is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 7, verse 3. And it says, quote starts, among the thousands of men, hardly one strive for perfection, and of those who strive and succeed, hardly one knows me in essence. Quote close. Today we are going to look at why most leaders stop at the first half of that verse, and why the essence is the secret to the world's most enduring legacies. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look at the first part of the verse. Bhagwan Krishna acknowledges that even striving for perfection is rare. In business, striving for perfection is what we call the operational excellence. It is the Six Sigma, the lean management, the 80-hour work week. Out of the thousands of entrepreneurs, only a handful actually have the discipline to build a perfect machine. If you are a CEO, you are likely mastered this. You know how to optimize, you know how to win, etc., etc. But here is a trap. The perfection is static. Perfection is about following the rules of the game better than anyone else. And if you strive for perfection, you are a master of the mechanics, but you are not yet master of the essence. Most CEO get stuck here because the rewards for perfections are high. You get the bonuses, accolades, and the market share. You think you made it, but the Gita warns us that this is the only first filter. Now the second half of the verse, quote starts, even amongst those who have attained the perfection, hardly a soul understand me in essence. Quote close. For a CEO, what is this essence? If perfection is how, essence is the why, and if perfection is the form, essence is the force. Think of the difference between CEO who builds a successful phone company and someone like Steve Jobs. Thousands could be build a functional smartphones, etc. That is perfection. But Jobs understood the essence of human connection and beauty, and that is the essence. In Sanskrit, this is known as tattva. Now let's discuss about how to understand the essence. Seeing the invisible is the first aspect of understanding. Knowing the pulse of your culture when you aren't in the room. That is such a key here. Knowing the pulse of your culture when you're not even watching, right? Number two is predicting the shift. Understanding the fundamental laws of human desire before the data shows them. Third is detached action. Leading with a sense of purpose that isn't tied to the ego of the result, right? Most leaders miss this because they are too busy looking at the success. They are blinded by their own brilliance. Why is it that hardly one understands the essence? Because understanding the essence requires unlearning. To reach the perfection, you need a strong ego. You need to believe you are the smartest person in the room. But to understand the essence, you must surrender the ego. You have to admit that the business doesn't move because of you, but through you. In the Gita, Bhagwan Krishna is the source of all the things. In business, the essence is the fundamental truth of your industry and your impact on humanity. When a CEO understands the essence, they stop reacting to competitors, they start responding to the truth. They move from managing people to moving souls. So ask yourself today, where are you on this path? Are you the one of the thousands who hasn't yet started the journey towards perfection? Or are you among the successful few who have built a perfect machine but feels like something is still missing? The Gita doesn't tell us this is, to discourage us. It tells us this to show how much more is possible. The greatest leader in history, the one who we talked for centuries, were the ones who moved past the how and touched the essence. They didn't just build the companies, they understood the fundamental laws of universe and applied them to their work. Your challenge this week, therefore, is look past your spreadsheet, look past your KPI, ask yourself, what is the essence of what we are doing here? Because perfection is the destination, but essence is the beginning. So friends, thanks for watching, and if you're already moved from perfection to essence, subscribe for more leadership insight from world greatest wisdom traditions, which is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I wind up, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Twilight chambers of bat caves. Science listens to the whispers carried on wings. Each flutter is more than a movement. It is a messenger of hidden viral world evolving in silence yet capable of reshaping human history. These caves are ecological crossroads where bats, viruses and environment is intertwined in a delicate balance. Deep inside the humid darkness of Bat Cave, science finds a living lab where the ecology, virology, and human destiny intersects. Bats, with their extraordinary diversity and a global distribution, are reservoir of countless viruses, many harmless within their host, but some with the potential to leap across the species boundaries. The study of virus ecology in these caves is not simply an exercise in curiosity. It is a frontline defense against the next pandemic. Researchers entering these caves are greeted by a symphony of wings and echoes, but beneath the spectacle lies a complex web of interactions. Viruses circulate among bat population through social grooming, shared routes, and feeding habits. Each colony become a microcosm of viral exchange, and where the genetic material mutates, recombines, and occasionally acquired the traits that makes cross-species infection possible. By observing these dynamics, scientists gained predictive insight into zoonotic spillover, the moment when the pathogen jumps from animals to humans. And these recent fieldwork has revealed that a spillover risk is not random. It is shaped by ecological pressures, food scarcity, or maybe driving bats closer to human settlement, seasonal migration, concentration of the population, and environmental stress, weakening the immune defenses. So in these caves, the near agricultural zone, bats often we find them in fruit orchids and leaving salivas, droppings that can actually contaminate the produce. So such ecological bridges create pathways for virus to escape from their natural host. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us in determining the reach of our channel. So moving forward on this interesting topic, the bat cave thus become a metaphor for a porous boundary between wilder habitat and the civilization. By squeezing viral genomes and collecting them from the salivas and other material which is like droppings, scientists can map evolutionary trajectories, and identifying which strain show sign of adapting to mammalian cells beyond bats. So these molecular fingerprints act as warning signals, allowing public health agencies to monitor the hot spots before outbreak occurs. So equally important are the behavioral observations, like high definition footage of bat feeding, clustering, and interacting with other species reveals how viral transmission is facilitated. So in one study, the camera captures bats feasting alongside with the primates and rodent, creating a shared ecological niche where the pathogen could easily cross species line. And such insight underscores that the spillover is not merely a biological event, but an ecological one woven into a fabric of shared habitat. The implication definitely ripple outward. So understand a virus ecology in bat's cave inform the predictive model that integrates climate change and deforestations and urban expansion, which is definitely on high at the moment. Now, as forests shrink, the caves are disturbed. Bats are forced into a closer contact with human, amplifying the risk. So by stimulating these scenarios, scientists can forecast where and when spillover is most likely and guiding surveillance and intervention strategies. They can work on that, these kind of strategies. Yet, the narratives is not one of the fear alone. So bats are vital pollinators, you know that, and insect controllers. So essential to definitely essential to ecosystem. Now when we demonize them and would be like counterproductive. So instead, the lesson from the virus ecology is balance. Protecting bad habitats reduce stress on population, thereby lowering the viral shedding and minimizing the human exposure. So conservation becomes a form of public health. So in a broader arc of science, the bat caves is a reminder that pandemic are ecological phenomena before they are medical. They become actually a medical crisis. So by listening to these whispers of wings in the dark, humanity gains foresight into the invisible currents of viral evolution. The caves teaches us that the vigilance must be ecological and behavioral all at once. So, thus, the study of virus ecology is bats in the bats cave is not confined to academic genres. It is a story of anticipation, resilience, and interconnectionness. Now, these insight helps predict zoonotics spillover risk, offering humanity a chance to act before the next leap occurs. So, in the shadow of the caves, science illuminates pathway to of prevention and turning potential catastrophe into knowledge and knowledge into preparedness. From the echoes in the dark to insight in the lab, the bat caves teaches vigilance. So, and protecting habitats, decoding viral patterns, and respecting the ecological balance are not just act of science; they are act of survival. Now, the bat cave, once seen as a mysterious refuge of night, now stands revealed or as a vital classroom for humanity. Now, within these shadows, viruses evolve, adapt, and remind us of the fragile thread that binds ecosystem together. So by decoding these hidden exchanges, the scientists are not merely studying the bats, they are safeguarding the future of human health. The lesson is very clear. Pandemics are born at the intersection of ecology and society, and the prevention begins with the understanding. Protecting habitats, respecting biodiversity, and listening to the signals of nature are the act of foresight. So, in the quiet echoes of caves, we find both warning and wisdom. An urgent call to balance our relationship with the natural world before the next leap occurs. So, we would look forward your comments, what you think about this subject. And we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop set